Meta. Oh,
It
parent did
was
get
the
updated.
okay. Thanks everyone for tuning into Castle Run. I'm your DM, Elijah Goodall. Pronouns they them, and we did this. Like, we're gonna do it one more time, just because we kind of wrapped up things neatly with a bow and a mago, and we're ready to travel into the wild. Everyone, we're gonna go around in alphabetical order and let us know your name and the character that you are playing.
Hello, my name is Sean. Pronouns he, him. I am playing Atticus Phoenix, also he, him. What can I say about Atticus? They're just a gentle giant, but at the same time, will murder the hell out of anyone that gets in their way. They are the last of a ancient family that ruled over the southern lands, and right now he's just trying to get home. That's uh, that's all I can say. He's got a nice little squire in the form of a frog humanoid named Bert, and yeah, he's a sweetheart.
Lovely. That brings us to Fauna.
So Atticus is pro murder then.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Only when
What
it just
more?
what matter?
I'm Aaliyah in real life and Fauna in even realer life, aka
Uh
this. What if I just started thinking that that was me all the time? I'm just a method actor. Anyway, and what was I saying? Oh, my pronouns are she, her, and so are Fauna's. And Fauna is a witch who grew up with a coven that raised her after, I don't know. We still don't really know who her real parents are, but Perrin also raised her for a while. And she has a cat familiar named the cat. Very original. Just like when I used to name my stuffed animals like Raccoony or whatever, because it was like a raccoon stuffed animal. That's like Fauna also has that originality of naming.
Perfect.
Aaliyah, just to be clear, what is your current cat's name?
Mr. Cat.
Right, right,
So
right.
really I have not changed since I was
Again,
6 years
method
old.
actor.
Clean
Yeah.
circle.
Yeah. Yep. And some stuff's going down with Fauna. Her horns are growing lately and could be bad. So we don't really know, but she's just along for whatever adventures at this point.
And straight on to Nyx.
I still, after Aaliyah, pause because for like invisible Thaddeus, and then I'm like, oh wait, never mind. Um, we miss you, Thaddeus. We love you. I'm June. I play Nyx Loon. Both her pronouns are she, they. Nyx is a shadow elf divine sorcerer slash rogue assassin. They are the very, very old ancient prime of the Court of Night. They were held in an enchanted locket for most of their lifetime and only released for various assassinations and various goals. Found by the party, rescued by the party, got their memory back, and went through a period of just kind of experimenting with free choice and making bad decisions along the way. And now they are learning or trying to learn the hopefully valuable lesson of how to trust the party and work as a team. They feel an alliance with most of them, but don't have as much history. But they are at very least sworn to protect Perrin as their godson of sorts.
Does it make it my turn?
Sure is.
My name is Tyler. I play, my pronouns are he, him. I play Perrin, whose pronouns are also he, him. Perrin is the bard ranger of the group. He is kind of halfway between inebriated con man and trying his best but failing father of the crew. And he has a bird.
Very tiny. Very cute.
About the bird.
Oh, just yeah, the bird. Hello, I'm Q, and I play Vox, the very young half elf rogue who is kind of getting more accustomed to considering this group that she's traveling with her friends, and just sort of got back a lot of her family, and now is just following Atticus to return the favor.
A good favor to return.
Thank you so much, by the way.
And with that,
Absolutely.
we're going to get into today's session. When we left the group last, you had kind of put a neat little bow on all the events that went down in Imago that crescendoed into a trial for Nyx that turned pretty quickly from a essentially a witch trial to combating a fell spirit that had we'll say piggybacked its way into this realm through the late and now sundered Father Emil. Having wrapped all that up, though, the group is getting ready to leave Imago and continue to head for the South Green. I kind of said if there was anything, we did that we ended last session with the funeral, laying to rest that family that was the first put to death under the kind of reign of Father Emil over the last decade. And after putting them to rest, is there anything that anyone wanted to do specifically to do like at night before the long rest and the next morning?
After the dual funerals took place.
After the dual funerals, you dragging Father Emil's corpse out into the fringe of town and throwing it to
Is
the
that really a
coyotes.
funeral or just like desiccation?
Desiccation.
Desecration?
Does a funeral mean that it's
Both.
done? Yeah, I think a funeral is laying about. But yes, certainly not a respectful funeral in any means. In fact, I
He
think
doesn't
almost
get
like
one.
no, doesn't get one. Also, I think there is a deep significance to getting rid of a body in such a way like that. Be that as may, it sounds
Atticus
like
just wanted ice for his face.
ice. Great, yeah. We get you.
Giant black eye.
Cartoonishly big black eye.
Bert goes down initially to try and help and can't handle the Cletus has to go down and help him. They get ice from Gus, and Atticus, you go to bed with a pretty big ice pack on your head. Next morning, all of you are waking up in Imago. First things first is you are up and the Constable Winona Jubilee arrives at the inn. Number one, I completely forgot to roll because you had mentioned gold and got a pretty good persuasion check on it. I completely forgot that I was going to roll for that, so I'm going to do so now.
Atticus is just
Want
like
the gold.
chilling, and he needs to settle up his bill with the innkeeper.
Perrin is actively looting everything he can carry out of the shop and saying, "Oh yeah, the constable said that this is covered."
Perrin.
Gus looks a little
What's up?
like
Perrin's trying to like take his personal belongings even.
Perrin, come on. These
Your bill.
these
Give
people
me a-
just went through.
Give me a persuasion check real quick.
These people
All right.
just went through a big thing. They're gonna need resources to build. We don't need that much.
Right. So that's a 19. Also, every persuasion check is double proficiency for me from now on.
As you are going through Gus, he just kind of sits there.
Hey, is this
Well,
painting? Is this your wife? Is this
I
somebody?
guess
All right,
if-
I'm gonna take that one. That's part of our reward. The constable said.
if Winnie said, I mean, far be it from me. I know she's good for us. Hey, easy there, easy. Okay, all
Atticus
right.
is just
I like that shirt.
staring at
Give me that.
Perrin. Perrin.
Listen, I can't.
You want
Perrin, you
Atticus? Do you
don't
want
need
the
that
shirt?
painting.
No,
What do you mean? What's
I-
even
do
the
you-
point? I
Shirt
just
snuck.
want to be rewarded.
You, bring
The
these
reward is
these
doing a
town
good
folk.
deed.
What do you
Exactly.
mean?
Exactly. Listen to your daughter.
Why would they call it a reward then? What's the point of that word if it just means doing the thing to be nice?
Anyone
The
else
Lord
who
is
is
in your
not
heart.
wrapped up on this situation on the inside, as you're essentially like looting Gus, but with his consent, I guess, Winnie comes up outside. Number one, whoever's out there to receive her, right off the get-go, she's going to hand over some kind of large gold bars. They just have the like crest of Asparia stamped on him. Even this far, like outside the Salt Valley, it's still kind of the closest place with the most amount of trade, and but it is worth 1,200 gold. So however you want to split those between the party, whoever's receiving those. In addition to that, who is outside right now? Atticus and Perrin are inside dealing with this whole thing. Is everyone else outside? Okay.
Though
I'm inside because I'm
Okay.
trying to
Fox
also convince
definitely
Perrin not
rolls
to
her
loot everything.
eyes at Perrin, trying to physically
Yeah.
strip the shirt off this man's back.
As
and
you
is
kind of
ready
like
to leave.
hear the tussle of that behind you as
This is not
Gus gets
knightly
his
behavior,
shirt
Perrin.
stuck.
But it
And
is
Bert's
morningly.
Bert is both like taking things off the shelf and then also taking things from Perrin's bag and putting them back on the shelf. Vox, you head outside, the commotion behind you. Winnie comes up, gives you a nod, kind of first things off, hands you the bag. Well, hope y'all had a good night. You're ready to set out on the right foot. I wondering which I didn't want to assume anything. Which way you planning on heading? And she looks at you and Vox and Cletus, who has walked outside with you, and is standing next to you.
Nix is also going to go outside. I wasn't able to say that, but yes.
Sorry to do this to you, Elijah, but Cletus, that's a question for you. I've never even been this far south. I'm just following that guy inside and the rest of them, and
Well, sure, as far as I can tell, we're headed on down to the South Green. Gonna make a little stop off in Solas, and unless I miss my mark, Atticus and I have a old acquaintance of ours that lives out on a small island in the middle of Lake Lenore, so closest distance between 2 points, straight across the lake. I figure shouldn't be too hard to rustle up a ferry or something. Winnie gives a small smile and nods. I have a feeling. Listen, I know we talked about travel and whatnot. To be honest, we haven't known what to do with them. Critters came through here a little while ago, I know, down in South Green, and sometimes even as far as Solasa, you're used to these, but here, I mean, it's been all we can do out in this desert to, keep them alive, wetting them down every day. And well, go on then, Grum, bring him around. And you see when he gives a whistle, the blue goblin Grum comes kind of like stomping his feet around the corner and is leading two horse-sized, essentially these things look like horse-sized green axolotls, but with like 6 kind of muscly legs instead of like 4 really slender ones. They are used to going over land, but they are also amphibious creatures, which means they're just as at home in the water. And in a desert like this, they are constantly heavy. You can see that they are dripping. Like Grum, even as he's walking them over, is kind of like takes a stop for a second, just takes a bucket of water and splashes one of them in the face, and it kind of gives a little toss. beautiful light green skin, almost the color of like a really light pond algae. And these, along with the feathery gills on others, they just have these long kind of green fins that lay down almost like a horse's mane, kind of across the back of what Cletus would know. I don't think that Vox, you're welcome to make a history check if you want, but this is way outside your wheelhouse.
No.
Maybe
Vox
for
is
Nyx.
standing mouth agape and is just kind of very tense because she's not the best with animals, as we've discussed.
Established that, yeah.
Except when she's a bear.
The cat is like currently kind of walking outside because it's done with the noise inside. Takes one look at what Cletus would know. These are called Achkas. AXKA, a creature native to the South Green. And I think Atticus, once he comes outside, would be familiar with him. But the cat comes outside, takes one look at him. Holy shit. And just goes, like, arches his back and shoots back inside.
Nyx is starry-eyed, mouth agape. Oh my god, I love them. And is just gonna, like, walk up and wet slap Leather, like, hug against, like...
Yeah, give me an animal handling check as you approach one.
Uh, 18.
Okay. On an 18, you walk up, thick, almost rubbery skin. It is not for as wet as they look. It's not slimy. Like, there's almost like no coating to it. It does, like, it feels firm beneath your... you can tell there is no fat. This is all muscle. These things are pretty bulky, much bulkier than a horse. As you walk up to it and kind of hug along the length of it, you know, your arms can't
You're
even...
doing that thing of, like, side pressed again and, like, moving as it breathes, like, just so happy.
Yeah, you just hear kind of a wet, liquidy... It is almost like a purr, but much deeper. Just this... And it kind of gives its fronds a shake and leans in closer to you. When
really want to come out and cast Speak with Animals and find out that these animals are complete creeps.
When he's going to look back to Cletus and to you, Vox, I mean, honestly, you're headed over the lake.
So we're taking them. We're taking them, right?
Sir,
they're coming with us.
Well, good.
Those things are coming with us?
I mean,
look at them.
I
They're
promised you
drying
mounts.
out.
I think if you're headed across the lake, this is the best you're going to get. We can give you a pretty large wagon. Should be able to carry your party, and you get there, take the wheels off. You shouldn't need to track down a ferry either. These critters will swim you right across that lake.
Oh my god, you're brilliant, Winnie.
I'm just...
I kind of forgive you a little bit, maybe getting there slowly.
Again,
this is certainly helping.
Vox is just gonna knock on the door to the end to try to stop the kerfunkle inside because she does not know what to do with being handed these things.
Right.
Look,
you go in.
Atticus,
You
I
go back.
want 70 bottles of wine. Is it that big of a deal? Look at that. I can carry all of them. Perrin is struggling to carry a crate of wine that is way too large for a person to carry.
Atticus is gonna...
This guy's shirt. Bird is just like head first, feet up, down the shirt. So it's now there's like legs coming out from both end of the...
Good job, Bert. Get that shirt.
What am I gonna do with the both of you? And Atticus is like gonna just lift the crate with one hand out of Perrin's hand and set it down, and then go outside. And because I'm like, what the? What in tarnation? And it's gonna walk outside.
Like, somebody grab me by the legs.
Don't
Good job,
listen
Bert.
to Perrin. Perrin's the bad squire. You're the good
What?
squire. For that.
What do you mean?
You're stealing shit. And
I'm
he's
not
gonna...
stealing. We got told that we could have whatever we wanted. I just wanted this. This made me
This is
happy.
gluttony. This is gluttony. He's saying that he's like sticking his finger out like this is gluttony, and he's gonna walk outside.
Perrin Charlie Brown walks outside.
Da-na-na-na-na.
And then he's gonna see.
Yeah,
Oh my
you
god!
see the Achkas, you see Cletus is already over there as well, kind of like, taking
we keep
handfuls of
them?
water, rubbing him down.
Oh my goodness! I have not seen one of
When was the
these
last time you
in
saw one of these?
maybe the race is down in Saint Florian, but that was forever ago.
Yeah, well,
Um,
I mean, I looked him over too. Surprising to me being in this desert, but couldn't be healthier.
yeah, Atticus is gonna walk up to both of them and attempt to pet both of them with
Okay.
his gigantic arms.
Give me an animal handling check.
Alrighty.
Why is everyone touching them? Are they touchable? They
Uh,
don't, I don't know if they look touchable.
also an 18.
Okay. Yeah, an 18, too, to like dip your hands first in that bucket of water before you start like,
Yeah.
it gives a nice contact. And
He's gonna look at both of them. He's gonna, I'm gonna name you Pete, and you're Pete T. Pete and Pete. I like this.
I cast Speak with Animals and I said, "Do you guys have names?"
what's the check on speak with animals is the intelligence has to be 4 or lower, correct?
Definitely had this memorized.
Also, while that's happening, Vox's put a hand over her eyes and reached out, and I wanted to roll bad, but I rolled a 19 on my animal handling. I just have a hand.
It's like the blind, toothless moment. Like,
You
Yeah.
reach a hand out. As you look over, you just feel you, much like I think we discussed in the Toad picnic episode, noodling, like when you go to catch a catfish. Vox, what you feel is just up to your elbow, like this warm, wet, like just kind of, and not there's a firm but gentle amount of pressure.
Oh, Petey likes you. Petey likes you, Vox.
And you see Petey's looking at you, and just there's the deep like.
It's not so bad. It's not bad. I can probably handle this. It's a
Vox, these are beautiful creatures, very friendly. You don't have to worry around them. They're
Vox, as you pull your arm back out of Petey's mouth, extracting it, if you were wearing any rings on that hand at all, they're gone.
Hey,
purely for ornament's sake.
Petey, give it back. Give it back right now.
you might have
there's
to
no-
wait for that to come back
Just
later.
just a long kind of like this. It is. You see that a lot of the slime that is not on their exterior is on their interiors. Just kind of this pool on the ground, and there's a couple rings and what looks like some old fish bones. Just kind of.
He's gonna scoop the fish bones out and just hold the rings dripping towards Vox. Be like, are one of these yours? And then he's gonna pet Petey. Good. Who's a good one? Who's a good one?
Vox takes the rings reluctantly and slips them back on, but not after like wiping hands on body.
But there's no hard limit on what Speak with Animals can do. It's just the knowledge and awareness of many beasts is limited by their intelligence, but they can give me information about nearby locations and monsters, including whatever they can perceive or have perceived within the past day.
Okay, great. I definitely thought ahead and decided exactly what I wanted these things to sound like, and at the risk of doing a silly voice that I don't want to repeat for the next however many months. Yeah, what was it that you said to Pete and Pete?
Yeah, he just asked if they had other names that they liked.
We have no names that take enough time in your language to say.
So Pete and Petey then. Right, and he breaks concentration. I really didn't enjoy that at all.
Atticus is gonna pull out his map, and he's like, all right, can we check the carriage to see how many supplies we have, and then he's gonna like be talking. He's like, yeah, Vox, if you could just look at this, Nix, and holy shit, Cletus, guess what? Guess
What'd you
who
find
we're
in there?
near? Guess who we're near? Look right here. Look on this map right here. Guess who we're near?
I was telling her, our old friend
Vlad the cool guy.
Are you sure that was doesn't matter. It's gonna be good to see
I
him.
don't know. Did he just anytime he talked, it was just like, I'm Vlad, I'm a really cool guy. Look at all these. It was just really like.
Now that I think about it, there were some things about him that were a little insufferable, but I'm sure just, time.
I'm sure he found me insufferable when I murdered him, right? Right?
Well,
you held him down and I staked him.
Sure did.
This is good. We got to think back on the good old times and just think of the happy memories a little bit.
Well, hey, here's to making more.
That is true, friend. That is true.
In addition to the 1,200 gold, the 2 mounts, and the wagon that you were getting, the wagon is loaded down with provisions. So essentially, there's a couple weeks worth of provisions in here. What that's going to let you do now is when you're making your survival checks, the only thing like exhaustion won't be at stake, not finding food, like going hungry. The only thing that will really be at stake is taking the best path and finding a safe spot to camp. So it kind of takes some weight off these survival checks from at least for the next 2 weeks.
The only thing at stake is getting dysentery.
The only thing at stake is getting
from a ricochet or dying from a ricochet bullet when hunting.
The whole South Green Trail.
Yeah.
Thing is, everyone
Fauna's just still inside, by the way, trying to help put everything back on the shelves that Perrin was looting. So if y'all leave, you better tell
you've
her.
done some damage control. I think no check. You would guess that like whatever's going to like, Winnie is going above and beyond to kind of if there are things that are like that need to be replaced in here that Gus needs to run. Winnie will make sure that he gets a hold of them. Bert is going to kind of like, if you're ready to leave on, Bert's going to kind of exit with you at this point. Bert is wearing Gus's shirt on top of all his, so just this big old like flowy, almost like a night shirt because he's managed to get it off.
Hey, Bert. Put that back. Put that shirt back. Give it back to that poor man.
You see just scurries, like the shirt flapping behind him, just scurries back through the double doors. And you hear a fair amount of tugging, and before Bert kind of walks back out with his head lowered. I never know what to do.
Don't listen to Perrin is what
I'll
you should
tell
always
you what.
do.
I'll tell you what.
Fauna is like, as soon as she sees the Pete and Petey, because I assume Fauna has never seen those creatures before, right?
No,
those kind of creatures. Yeah.
You could make a history check for,
I feel like
or make
Fauna's
an
read about them.
Make an Arcana check for me.
Okay. 9.
Nope.
Okay.
Never heard of them.
Well, I think as soon as she sees them, she's also very excited about it because she just loves all the naturey things. So, oh my, what are those?
Cletus is gonna step over to you. Well, these over here, Ochkas, native creatures to the South Green, and I figure they'll come in real handy when we're crossing Lake Lenore. You ever?
We're taking them with us?
You bet we are, little lady. You ever been on one of these before?
No. Can you ride them?
Sure. Ain't no thing. Come on over here. And Cletus is going to take a knee down to give you a boost up if you so
Oh my God,
wish
Fauna-
onto the Ochka.
Fauna's like maybe starting to develop a little bit of a crush on Cletus.
Be careful, Fada. Be careful.
Oh, thank you.
Boost you up. Go ahead and make an animal handling check with advantage because of Cletus's. Just to complete the circle of everyone in the party interacting with these things.
14.
Cool. You get on
this
it.
one here is Pete. This one's Petey. That's their names.
You can. I think getting on it I mean, Fauna's probably never ridden a horse before either. Like a lot of the strength, like in that kind of fast twitch muscle in a horse, and the feeling that there isn't any of that. You get on this thing and it is a low and slow engine with an immense amount of strength. You feel its bulk underneath you, the rise and then release of its breath.
She just kind of leans forward and gives its little wiggly forelock, like a little.
As you go to do it, Cletus dips down, gets a palm full of water, grabs you. Sorry, and kind of grabs your hand and puts water all over your hand before you get in there, and then lets it go.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's all right. They just, more especially out here in the desert, treats them a lot better if you make an insight check real quick.
Perrin has
17?
walked up behind Cletus,
17.
and as soon as he's
Cletus instinctively reached out to grab your hand, and as soon as he did it, found himself surprisingly a little Twitter-pated.
While that has happened, Perrin has walked up behind him, and as soon as he's gotten her hand wet, he's got his hand right there. He's like, "Hey, go ahead, my turn."
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope.
Sure
Yep.
thing.
Right on there.
Go ahead and do
there.
it. You can make an animal handling check with advantage too.
I just nat 20'd.
Such dad energy right now.
Okay.
Protective father.
Oh my god. On a nat 20.
I feel like Perrin has to impress Cletus somehow.
I'm going to give you, Perrin, I'm going to give you two things. I'm going to give you something that I will narrate after. But the first thing that I'm going to give you is your choice. What do you want to happen right now with this interaction with this animal?
I feel like Perrin gets his hand wet and he kind of taps a little bit of a pattern on the animal and makes eye contact with it and moves his hand, and the animal does dressage, does a weird step back and a weird step forward and a weird step to the side, and Perrin just guides him through it.
Cletus is just kind of standing there.
All right.
Well, I'm impressed as hell. And the other thing that you're going to get is a moment of interaction with this creature that takes you back. The last time, I think, of the more fantastic, the Achka is definitely probably one of the more fantastical, how shall we put it, tamer creatures in Namira. A lot of things like this tend to be more wild, certainly not accessible as mounts or any kind of party-friendly animal, without a lot of convincing. The last time that you were on something like this would have been the I think pandragons in the Feywild, which are kind of these white, almost stag-like creatures, but with slightly longer necks and kind of increasingly smaller descending rows of antlers. And a lot of them have other types of coloring, but it's mostly these soft white feathers on them. And the last time you were on one of them was the flight from the Feywilds with Eva, when you were fleeing the Wallachria. And as you look into this creature's eye, and the Achka looks back at you, you think of the moment that you stepped off your Pandragon in the Feywild. I don't know if you want to give it a name right now, you can. It would have been the same one that you'd had for the 50 years that you were there. but as you step off it and prepare to step through the door out of the Feywilds and back into the mortal realm, you give it one last pat, and its eyes lock on you, and you see 50 years of trust, which is, I think, the closest thing that you can get from an animal to love. And in this moment, you look in the eye of the Achka, and it looks back at you the same way.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. So you just kind of, know how to handle them. Cletus, don't worry. I'm sure you'll figure it out sometime.
And you're telling me you've never been around one of these before?
No. Sometimes, it's like
Well,
you just learn things, I guess. You just
alright.
pick them up and skilled your
All
skill.
right. Well, I guess everything's in order. Atticus, figure we should head out.
Atticus, are you all right? Do you have Bert?
Sorry. I had a. He spits out like a gravel out of his mouth from when he like ate it in the chapel when he like face planted, but then got back up because of
Been in there for
Death
10
Ward.
hours.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Sometimes he
A
sucks
long-
on rocks.
Long, long rest with a mouthful of rocks.
I'm sorry. Yeah, looks like the best way is since we have these beautiful creatures, Pete and Petey, we can just cut across the river and go right into your homeland. Looks like if that's the way we want to go.
Nothing make me happier, Atticus. I mean, how long's it been since you were in Salasa?
Far too long, I'll tell you that much. Be good to catch up with you along the way and catch up with some of the folk around there too.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, they'll welcome us in with open arms. All right then, we best be heading out. And as Cletus kind of gets the mounts affixed to the wagon, Winnie's going to walk over to you, Nyx. Hey, it's Nyx, right?
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't remember. Kind of were chanting it for a while.
Give me an. Ooh, we can call this an insight or a perception check.
Let's see. Perception, and that's a 16.
Cool. On a 16, this is actually the perception check would have been in the past. You would have seen, which Nyx can still leave their comment hanging in the air, but you would have known that Winnie was like at the back, not participating in any of the mobbery. And I think on a 16, that's what you get on a I'm not going to give you anything else on the 16 perception check, but when he looks at you, listen, I know that you're only going to have terrible memories of this place, and I don't blame you. Father Emil, he was as bad as nasty as they come. But the town of Margo owes all of you a debt. You saved us from not only whatever that terrible thing was, living in that awful old priest, but you lifted a weight that's been on this town for 10 years over. In order to keep the peace, I let a lot of Father Emil's decisions go unchecked. And Well, I don't think there's anything in my life I'm ever going to regret more than that. So we're going to have to part on good terms, and I know you're going to have a bad taste in your mouth from this place, but I just want you to know it'll never happen again. Not to you or anyone like you. Not on my watch. As long as I'm here. And I'm truly sorry.
I don't want to make light of what those decisions were. I mean, they were murders. Let's call them what they were. And that will weigh heavy on probably everyone here, but when tested, and when push came to shove, you were the first to step up. And I think that should carry as much weight on you as the others.
Well, feels like kinder words than I deserve. You're traveling with a pretty great group of folks, and well, I hope things go better for you in other places than they did here. And
better people than I deserve, I think, but thank you, Winnie, for your, well, hospitality, I guess, in the end.
Right around the time where she says you're traveling with some pretty great folks, you can hear Perrin in the distance. Do you think we can fit this whole shop on top of the on the cart? Do you think we just pick it up?
And with that,
you can't. Definitely know you can't.
Everyone kind of being settled in the wagon. Thinks if you hop up there at the end, Cletus not in the wagon but astride one of the Petes. The Pete on the right. Is Pete on the right, Petey? Yeah, we'll say right Pete is Petey. Stride Petey just kind of gives a little kick, whistle, and you all.
Atticus is up on the front, leading the.
All right, so we got.
Can I roll my
Cletus on
nat 20
Petey and
into
Atticus on
Perrin?
Pete.
Is pacing down the tail and just like walking like it's flat ground super casually, just back and forth between the two animals.
Give me a little acrobatics check with advantage because of your very good animal handling check.
It is going to be 17 plus 7. 24.
Oh my god. Yeah, this looks impressive as hell. Cletus is going to turn around again and just kind of turn back, and Atticus under his breath you hear him go, impressive as hell.
Wherever the cargo is, Nyx is just going to hop up and kind of like settle up and kick their feet up and pull their hood down so they have a little bit more shade and just get very settled in for a long journey.
Okay.
Oh, Fauna, I forgot. I made this for you. And Perrin is going to take one of his 2 backpacks off, and he's going to show her the waterproof backpack he made. So it's like sealed. Like, see how I rolled over the stitching here. So, like, you can put all your, like, your plants and things and you're picking flowers, and they'll be in here and they can stay out of the elements.
Thank you.
I'm going to have anyone else that wants to is also welcome to as you leave the town of Imago. But Nyx, I'm going to have you give me one last perception check.
That's an 8. They're already practically eyes closed, just rocking in.
Okay. Yeah, just kind of there at the same entrance you came in, near the main street. Winnie and a kind of a, again, cranky looking Grum just sort of standing there, like looking out at all of you, kicking the ground. Winnie just gives you one last wave as you disappear into the wild again. And everyone, we're back in the wild. I think, God, I think you have, it's about, I'm doing it from memory. I think it's about 2 days travel from here to the closest shore of Lake Lenore. If someone has it up and they want to
Yeah, I was
correct me
gonna
if
say,
I'm
all
wrong,
right,
they
double monitor
can.
people. Now's your
Yeah,
time to shine.
About
it's
two,
One's
two
on
and a
you.
half.
two
Okay,
two
cool.
tiles. Yeah,
Okay, yep, cool. So
or one and a
yeah,
half tiles. Yeah, from
yeah,
the
I think
shore.
2 days to get to the shores. Why don't we go ahead and we will do our survival checks from Perrin with advantage based off whoever's helping him, and then I think on luck rolls we'll do. Let's just do it a day at a time. So Fauna, you are the luck roll for the day. Just
Let's
a flat
go.
D20 roll.
Ooh, nat 20.
Woo!
That's good because I nat one our survival.
Oh no.
Even with it, but you didn't get 2 nat 1s with advantage.
I then re-rolled and I got a 4.
Oh my
So
god.
4 plus 7 total because I get Jack of all trades on it.
Okay. Um. Okay. Um. First part of the day passes mostly without event. You are in a section as you slowly move closer to the shores of Lake Lenore and then therefore Salasa and the South Green. You are now moving out of the scrublands that are to the south of the Salt Valley. So you're leaving desert climate, which thank God for the Achka, because you would have gone through water really quick staying in the desert with them. Cletus is stopping every hour or so to just kind of like lather him down as much. He catches kind of like out here in the desert too, is like catching the runoff water in a bucket as there's sort of a 2-bucket thing. Bert is struggling to help with a 3rd bucket, but isn't really catching much of anything in the bucket by the end of it. Probably even by late afternoon, you have moved. The environment has changed completely. At first, it was just small tufts of grass, the occasional little like burst of wildflower up from the cracks in the earth. But you move into green rolling grass. Not a lot of hills. That's mostly safe for Salasso, so it's still pretty much plains here. Green rolling grass, bursts of violet and clover, an occasional hawthorn tree that is kind of shedding the last of its blooms here at the end of summer. And there is I think for the first time, you've been used to pretty hot, blistering winds in the desert, unless it's at night, but you didn't travel at night. So the wind has mostly been exhausting. At this point, the wind, strong northern wind at your back, it's warm out, but the wind is cool a little bit, holding the promise of a change of seasons, at least here in the top part of Namira. With the north wind at your back, you are probably a few hours away from breaking to make camp when you selected a lesser traveled road that you thought would get you to Lake Lenore a little quicker. And it's a little rough. You hit and the wheel on the back cracks.
I feel like Cletus would have been the one to give me advantage, by the way. That's what I'm gonna lean on.
Yeah, cool.
So now we're like standing side by side.
You pointed out the path. When you pointed out the path, Cletus kind of like looked at it and then looked like side-eyed you. Yeah, he was impressive as hell. So chose the other path. He's just gonna hop off first, take a look at it. Well, I mean, we shouldn't go any further on this. We could either break and make camp here. I could try and get us up and running again, but this is hour, 2 hours to fix at least. We'll have to unload the wagon, take the weight off.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need to stash our goods for a little bit. Why don't let's get this little rock outcropping. We'll just do a lineup real quick. We'll get all our boxes over there, stash it up, lash it up, get set for the night.
Hey, stash it up and lash it up. Love it.
You know, we'll I'll how's everything back there? What's going on?
We got a broken wheel, Atticus.
No. All right. Well, how about what's the plan? What are we doing?
I mean, as I can get to fixing it, I don't know if you want to scout around. We're
there
kind
any
of
trees or anything?
Nick.
yeah, I'll keep watch for something. Hey Vox, why don't you join me on watch?
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's
Atticus
still
is gonna
kind of
ride
getting
up
used to these things.
with Pete. Like he's gonna
Oh.
unhook Pete and like walk over and like stick his arm out.
Oh, up there.
Yeah.
We gotta unload first.
Okay, up there.
What? I can't hear you.
Yeah, we gotta.
Fox lifts her hand.
Yeah, and I pull her up.
Wait, Cletus, how do you feel about? Are there trees? What's the terrain?
Give me a perception check. There are sparse trees out here, like there's a hawthorn tree or maybe a willow or an ash.
21.
On a 21, you actually see a small grove of willow trees, maybe quarter of a mile. A few minute walk.
Okay. Parent's gonna kind of give directions for. Actually, you know what? No, Parent's gonna lash out Petey, whichever one remains, to kind of get the cart drug off the road as much as possible. Like, I know it'll be kind of slow going, but he'll kind of counterbalance it. And
Yeah,
do
he's strong enough for sure to get the wagon over there on his own.
All right, we'll just scoot this over, and then I'll get you some. We'll get some wood cut so we can do some. We'll have to probably do a green bough fix, right, Cletus? We'll just strap them in there and.
Hey, I mean, sounds like you know your stuff when it comes to camp too. So
I just heard a guy say that once.
I'll get to fixing the wheel and yeah. All right.
Atticus is gonna like ride out just far enough away from the cabin or from the cart, and he's gonna dismount Pete, and I have Pete, by the way. Learn their names, and he's gonna give an arm to get Vox off the weird bird thingy.
Fox is gonna take the arm and wants to help down. Before he gave her the arm, she was trying to like lay on her like stomach to like try to slide down this thing, and then finally just took the arm.
It's okay. They're weird. They're weird creatures. I wanted you to come on watch, and he's gonna kind of like look around real quick and be like, because we didn't have time to properly finish our conversation that we had in Amagos.
About the darts? About you cheating at darts?
I didn't cheat. I'm which is the hard thing because I'm notoriously bad at darts, but I don't know, just that dartboard at Amagos. Shoo!
Yeah, home advantage for sure.
Yeah, it's like using a longbow on a barrel of fish, But you told me that you didn't trust Nyx, and you didn't know how you felt about it, and I wanted to finish that conversation with you and hear you out.
Well, would you trust them if they killed your grandparent? And framed you for regicide? For killing someone? When you definitely didn't? And actually killing that person got your mom kind of sucked into even more bad business. And, it just like the list piles on. So tell me, Atticus, would you trust them if you were me?
Reckon I probably wouldn't in your shoes. reckon I would hold a lot of grudges in that accord. But
Definitely good at holding the grudges.
I know you said back in Hesperia that you forgave them for what they did. And
I
I
did
know,
that for the sake of the party.
Hmm. So look, I understand that they're someone it's hard to gain trust, but I do trust you, Vox. I really do. I trust you. I trust Perrin. You know,
Do you
I
trust Perrin?
in a weird way, yeah. I mean, he's a dickhead, but he's like it's like, when you have like a sibling and like they're like someone calls them an idiot and then you're like, hey, you can't call that person an idiot. They're my idiot. Like that's Perrin, but like
Mm-hmm.
he's my dickhead. Like
I
I can
get
call him a
that.
dick. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
And
our idiot
I
for
feel
sure.
that.
what the
When
Oh,
did Bert
Bert!
get here?
I thought we were on the lookout. I wasn't. Cleo said he didn't
Go.
need help with the wheel, so
That's the hard part of having a squire. They're just loyal to a fault and they follow you to a
ain't
fault.
we just?
Uh-huh.
Um, look, I know you don't trust Nyx, and I get it. You have every right not to. But if we're going to be traveling together, I think it's in your best interest to hash it out with them a bit. At least get to a place of understanding. They have benefits to the party and our group, and I'm sure it will come in handy and help you when you least expect it. Just give them the opportunity to show they're changed, but express how you feel too. Don't hold it in.
Atticus, well, I appreciate this, and I trust you as well. I do think that this is something that needs to happen organically. I'm not going to be forced to trust them. I'm not going to be forced to forgive them.
I'm
I'm
not asking you to do
processing.
any of that.
I don't know what to do about it, and I'm working on that, and I'm trying. I'm not going to outright murder them if that's what you're asking. And believe me, I've thought about it.
I don't doubt that you have. I do not doubt that for a second.
Bert
I
is
know
just
what you're capable
now
of.
20 steps away, just kind of like loudly whistling, looking up at the.
I know you're
I'll,
going to handle it in whatever way that is fitting for you.
I'll do
And
my best. I
I just,
won't be irrational.
I never thought you would. I just want to say whatever you need, just know that I'm here to help facilitate any of that. And well, not outright murder. I won't do that. But you're not going to do that. So good. Great. But I want
Yeah.
to, yeah, yeah, we're both like kind of tensely staring at each other. Like, yeah,
As you're doing this, both of you go ahead and give me a perception check.
perception.
19.
Cool.
That's a nat one.
Okay.
Vox can stare daggers with her eyes.
Thankfully saved by it's not going to be terrible consequences for that, except maybe you look at the sun, it hurts your eyes a little bit. Vox and a 19, you are kind of just out of habit as you're having this conversation, constantly scanning the horizon. You see in the distance, yes, 19, probably, we'll say maybe 15 minutes down the path from hitting you, about a mile off or so. You see a band of travelers. From this distance, it's hard to kind of make anything out. You see two that are definitely taller, three that look to be about half the height of the other two. When I say tall, I mean not hill giant, not even Atticus tall, just average height. probably about 15 minutes from, they're headed down the same path, so they're going to end up coming across the wagon.
Are they like directly behind Atticus from that point of view?
Yeah,
Vox
Atticus
is
is
gonna
facing the sun, so he's just like cooking.
and Vox is gonna lower her voice. Hey, Atticus, remember that conversation we just had where you trust me? And also remember the last time you waved at strangers on the road and then they tried to murder us and murder our whole family and burn down that house?
Vaguely, yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, there's a group. You're 12.
Where?
Oh,
Atticus turns
Vox,
around
you
all
look
quick.
over. Bert is already actively like standing up on a rock, waving to
Bert!
What?
Atticus, get your...
Look, there's a whole group of people headed right
No,
this way.
hey, no, God fucking damn it. With all of
Atticus
you
is
and your
gonna
politeness.
What did I do?
Atticus is gonna hop on Pete and be like, "Well, we can either go back and warn them, or we can go talk to them."
Mm, it's up to you. It's up to you.
All right.
But if
Atticus
I
is gonna
get stabbed in the back one more time on this
Just-
trip south,
just stand behind
you're
me.
going
It's
to
okay.
owe me
I've been stabbed a million times.
so
It's great.
much.
He's gonna scoop
So much.
Bert up and put Bert in his like lap, and then like grab Vox and put it on the back and ride off towards the group.
Oh boy, it's kind of weird. Like I'm like getting a piggyback ride from a cousin or something.
I was gonna ask, are you? Is this any?
Hey, Vox, I gotta be honest. I don't know how none of my stuff works, so might as well be.
Oh, Bert, okay.
It's all right. We got a
Right.
book at Phoenix Manor that will teach you all about the frogs and the toads.
Do I
I'm
want
looking
Birds
forward
and the
to it.
bees.
Oh no.
the Bert's bees.
It's right there.
Cool. You head off. Before you hit that group, we're gonna cut. Is anyone else doing like? Cletus rolled a nat 20 on it, so it's gonna take him an hour to get, but the wheel's gonna get fixed, no problem.
I feel like Perrin is cutting some willow boughs just to have either for a fire or for any other things that need done. But Amos is probably flitting around and like getting eyes on things now that we're a little out of the desert and in slightly more hospitable areas.
Let
I think
me-
Fauna's
All right,
standing
Perrin, put me to
there.
work.
Yeah, so cut these. We're gonna
You
stack
got
them
it.
up.
Fauna's standing there just like handing tools to Cletus when Cletus needs stuff. Like trying to help.
You almost get a natural 2 on the die for her perception check. And it makes a quick circle around the grove, but flits back down, lands on a tree, and is just kind of sitting there on the bough of a willow branch, looking out over the plains. Occasionally there's a little chirp, but she doesn't make much noise.
We're gonna cook a hot dinner tonight, but we're gonna do it kind of back in this little grove back here. We'll be out of sight from the road.
Cool. Okay, that's going on back at the camp. Atticus and Vox astride Petey, with Bert being on your lap, kind of at the helm too. I don't know if you're letting Bert actually handle the reins.
I'm like
or
trying to
not.
teach. I'm trying to
Okay,
teach
cool.
Bert, like
I'm gonna make
like how
an
you
animal
do
handling
it.
check with advantage for Bert. First one's a
So you
5.
so you grab this and like you pull on. You don't pull both of them unless you want to go to a full stop.
Okay.
You pull one if you want them to
I think
veer
I-
this
I think I
way,
got-
that way. Yeah.
Okay. It's an
Engage
11.
your
It's an
biceps,
11 on the
too.
second one. It's not good, but it's
Anytime
not
he
bad.
anytime he starts like messing up, I kind of like course correct. I'm like, no, like, and then you gotta like flex your forearm, like, or whatever you have as a frog.
We need some kind of a sign or something on this house because says, student handler or something like that. Kind of all these stops. I'm gonna get
Yeah,
the
we
hang
have
of it,
a
though.
we have a
I'm
hat
gonna
we
get
put
there.
we have a hat we put on back in St. Florian. It's like a big orange
You got a
thing
hat?
with you get a
Now,
hat.
hold
when
on,
you're
stop.
learning
I
how
gotta hear more about this hat.
Yeah, well, it's like this big orange hat with like
Uh-huh.
this like reflective material on it, and
Oh, that's fascinating.
it says in training on it in
Yeah,
big bold. But you'll be able to read it when we get there. You're practicing, right? You're practicing your ABCs.
I've been practicing. I've been practicing real good, Atticus. I can read all kinds of
Vox,
things now.
give Bert a word to spell.
Murder.
Murder.
Sound it out, Bert.
Uh,
Murder.
murder.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
URDR. He kind of rushes the rest. He's a little nervous.
So close, so close. Good job, good job. So
Okay,
close. You missed a
what I
letter, but
forget?
there's a E between the D
Oh
and
yeah, one of them
R.
little curly one. Okay, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
all
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
You are now. I think you're within distance of this group as you approach. Are you trying to like approach them stealthily? You just heading up on the road. It would. I would tell you that it would be hard to be stealthy on Anashka. You would be
Just
taking
yeah.
disadvantage.
Just get a better look, kind of get a
Okay.
read, and Vox. Well, can you make anything out on? My eyes are kind of hurting from the sun. Can you make anything out on these travelers?
Can I do another investigation check? Can I do an investigation
You
to
certainly
see?
Insight?
can. Yeah. You could make. I would say in this case, a perception or an insight check,
Okay.
and then you tell me which one it is.
It doesn't matter. It's a 4 either way. Vox is just still annoyed from the conversation that they were having about the reflective hat.
Great.
And it's just like,
Yeah.
what am I in?
You're not.
There's people.
What a wild, wild world we've created. You kind of distracted by this. The party gets up to you a little quicker than you, until you're kind of almost on top of them, and you see in the front there is a kind of the taller one in the group, very slender, looks to be kind of an older half elf. You'd say, in his autumn years. This long, kind of white and gray hair, just kind of slicked back in a ponytail. Definitely wearing like fine clothes, kind of like this billowy white blouse with gold trim, has a lot of like brass jewelry on, and a small lute strung over his back. Following next to him, there is slightly shorter than him and wearing ill-fitting armor. It's all too large, so large in fact that the helm is not being worn. It's just kind of tucked and carried under his arm as this also longsword that looks to just be, the belt's a little sloppy and it just kind of clangs against his side. The armor's pretty rusty. Just this kind of tousled, mousy brown hair, very soft, wide brown eyes, as a probably man, maybe late 20s, early 30s, walking beside this elf. And the most colorful of the three shorter ones that you saw are three. Go ahead and make me a history check real quick, the two of you. Atticus, you can do this history check with advantage.
My name's my flying.
15.
Okay, cool.
That is a 22.
Okay, great. Even on the 22, you're not going to get any extra information beyond the 15, so I will tell both of you that you would recognize these as Lokatha, or a cruder way to put it would be fish people. They are short, about halfling size, and from the neck down, aside from their coloring and the scales, are humanoid in appearance. They have, they're, instead of it mostly just, instead of going to your neck, it just kind of goes straight to this fish head, for lack of a better word. I think you would have experienced them, like, even though you spent pretty much your entire life in Asparia. Asparia is a great city and a pretty important hub of trade for all of Namir. So I think occasionally you would know that they come from deep in the southern seas. They are land creatures, but they can be underwater for quite a while. But these ones, all three of them happen to be colored and have the appropriate sort of almost like what would be on a fish fins, but on them is almost like this frill on their head. They all look like beta fish. There's one with this like kind of bright orange flaming coloring that goes to yellow at the tips. There's another deep violet one with kind of these blushes of light blue in certain patches of their skin, and another that is just all white, and then the fringe turns to bright shimmering gold at the tips of the fringe. The half-elf who is like at the front of the group definitely seems to be the most kind of throws up in. I say, hail and well met, travelers. Where are you coming from?
That's your cue, Atticus.
Howdy, partner. How's it going?
Well, it's a fine day to meet other fellow travelers on the road. I suppose you're headed
Gorgeous day.
Yes. We appear to have found ourselves at a crossroads, just the three of you then.
Yeah. We're just on a nice little ride around today for now.
Lovely. What?
We do have a group back there. This path isn't as traveled.
Delightful.
Wheels get loose.
An
and things
entire
like that.
group turns around to immediately address less the knight and more the three Lokatha.
Atticus is gonna whisper to Vox like,
these
"We can
road
totally
work.
take them."
Oh, absolutely. Do you see
Yes,
that
beautiful
one?
day, beautiful day.
Wonderful. Yeah, we're just out for that ride.
You see that the elf turns back to you. My manners, of course, excuse me. Allow me to introduce myself and the party as a whole. My name is Valeris Lander. These are the famous beta triplets, and well, this over here is Derek. Eyes up, Derek. And you see the knight is just kind of like sitting there. It looks like the armor is a little heavy for this guy to be wearing. He's kind of just like sat down on a rock and is sort of kind of heaving. He set the helmet down on the ground. Derek, eyes up. Oh yeah. And kind of looks back down. And of course, fearless protector, Derek Journeyman the 11th. We are, of course, the famous theater troupe, Land and Sea, and it is a pleasure to make you. I'm sorry, I don't believe I got your name.
It's always
That
good to see to meet a journeyman out in public.
Oh, I'm sure it
you
is,
heard of us
Atticus. I'm
before?
sure it is.
Very famous, my family is.
Atticus is recalling maybe like 700 years ago when he first used the Derek Journeyman name, and he's like, "Wow, that just spread so far." Oh my! He did something like heroic under the Derek Journeyman name, and it just spread through. Like he's like,
"Oh my! I don't know if you know the history of the Journeymans, but my greatest grandest father, well, he was a hero of sorts and saved a small village from a local bandit group. He did, and then went on to do a fair amount of other semi-remarkable deeds before he was struck down in his prime. But we journeymen, we've kept up the heroic name and all. Every one of us for all these years.
How many?
Everyone. Well,
yeah, the
I'm
seed
the
really
11th,
spreads,
I'm the
doesn't it,
11th to be
Atticus?
named Derek, but there's been a whole past of them between me that weren't Derek's and were journeymen. My greatest, grandest father, though, is a Derek. He was the very first of his name, Derek Journeyman.
"Oh, I know the name. I know
Yeah,
it
you
very
do.
well." and it's an honor to meet you, sir. Yeah, where are my manners? My name is Atticus Phoenix.
Of a House of Phoenix.
Of that very one, and this is my homegirl Vox.
You see, actually, I'm going to make a little check for him real quick just to see how quick he can do this. It's a 6 on the die. It's not good. He sort of like quickly goes down to take a knee and like put his sword on the ground, and he just sort of like fumbles the whole thing and ends up kind of like slipping the sword, and the sword gets wedged in like the plating between his like knee and his thigh. He kind of tugs at it for a bit and then just decides to hold the pose like that. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, my lord. Honestly, the Phoenix family, here I am spouting off about journeymans, and I'll say it's a real pleasure to have met you, meeting you now.
The pleasure's all mine. Please stand. I mean, it's really no big deal.
Right. He can't get the sword wedged out, so he just sort of
Bert, go help
goes
him.
to stand.
This is my squire, Bert.
Bert gets off and goes.
Journeyman.
Hold on. Bert gets off and goes to help. Bert rolled a fucking nat 20. Bert rolls over and like smooth as butter, just like takes his sword, pops the thing out, and like in the same motion just sort of like gives the guy a slap on his ass, and he sort of like jumps up and puts his sword back in.
I'm gonna lean back to Vox and be like, he's learning so look at that.
I feel like
Bert's
Bert
just
looks really
beaming.
cool, but everyone in the party has seen Bert get stuck that same way like
Yeah.
40 or 50
Yeah.
times. He only knows how to get out of
That's
it.
why he knew how to do like get him out of it. So yeah, see, he's talking to you. There's a little point around the knee joint that you just. Valeris is going to look at the group of you. I don't mean to be intrusive, but it's getting, well, I should say, near time to set up camp. Perhaps for safety's sake, we could share a camp together. We could regale you, obviously, at the benefits of camping together. We would be happy to avail you of our theatrical tales and services at no charge.
That'd be so much better than Perrin. Perrin playing that damn lute over and over again.
Ah, yes, the lute. Well, it's a complicated instrument to master. You can see he goes to sort of like quickly finger some chords. Give me a perception check real quick, or an insight check.
I was gonna say, have I heard of this traveling group before? They said famous.
Give me a history check.
I got a 17 on perception.
17 on perception is plenty high. He quickly goes to you can see that this like man is absolute shit at playing the lute. Just kind of like hits a couple dead strings. The one that he does hit is open, and it sort of like detunes itself as he plucks it a little bit too hard. Yes, well, complicated instrument. I mainly deal in how shall you say, orations, tales, things to grab the attention and bring you in.
Can I roll for Perrin's true lute skill?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, give me a performance check. But what was the history check?
I rolled a 21.
On a 21?
Doesn't mean he's bad though.
Never fucking heard of him.
19.
19. You're much better than it's. I mean,
he's just obnoxious about it.
19's pretty good. I think in the classic like scale, 10, 15, 20, 25, 20 hits at like expert craftsman. So 19 is like, it's pretty good.
I'm gonna turn around to Vox and be like, what do you think?
I hate being put in these positions. I really do. I want to be good. I want to be trusting. The last time we waved at someone on the road, they tried to burn down a family's home.
I'm gonna lean in and be like, look at them and look at that dumb fuck in the rusty armor.
Yeah, it doesn't
look at this guy. Like, my sword is bigger than all four of them.
The beta triplets are now kind of all circled around Petey, around the Ochka, and are just all kind of like just in absolute awe of this creature, kind of like patting it. One is like ducking and like running underneath the thing back and forth.
Oh, they couldn't hurt a fly. Yeah, sure. Why not, Atticus?
Yeah. Why don't you
I can hear
me?
some stories.
Oh, wonderful.
My
wonderful.
manners. This is Pete right here. This is my this is my Ochkus, Pete, and he's gonna pet him. Pete, say hi.
Achka. I say, I've heard tell of these magnificent creatures skirting around the South Grown as we have been, but I've never seen one in person. It's incredible. Strong, then? Yes, I must say, look at the... Well, to the rest of your party, shall we be on? Let's make camp, let's be merry together.
Yeah, sure. Couple things before you meet
yes,
the
ground
meet the,
rules.
meet
Yes,
the group.
I love it.
Ground rules. No, like, sudden movements, and I do have to say this because we have ran into bad luck along the way. If you try any shit, this is where your tour ends.
Yes. Bandits on the road and all that. Well, you've none of that to fear from us. And you see he kind of gives a, like, looks over and, in an approximation, no one in the group, unless I've really been, the wool's been pulled over my eyes, speaks low Kantha. But what you hear is kind of this series of watery clicks and gurgles as he looks over, and the three beta triplets look over to and just come right back and immediately fall in a perfectly staggered line. Behind him.
All right. Let's do it. And he's gonna turn Pete around and head back to the party. Come on, Bert. Chop chop.
All right. You all head back
I
to the
cannot
camp.
wait to tell the camp that we have Derek Journeyman with us, Atticus. That's going to be a whole other tale for another time.
I had me too.
Hilarious.
Atticus is gonna lean back and be like, I have some crazy shit to tell you. I am freaking out internally right now.
Do you think you're related to that somehow?
This is fucking hilarious.
You can hear, actually roll me, before we do our quick little 10-minute break, roll me a perception check, Atticus, as you lean back to say this to Vox.
That is a 19.
Cool. On a 19, you hear, and I'm not going to narrate the whole thing because it takes place over the entire conversation on the way back. It's about what did we say, a 10-minute walk or so. On the walk back, you hear Derek Journeyman narrating his, well, you see, it wasn't always like this for the Journeymans. And Derek proceeds to narrate the tale of his greatest, grandest father, who was indeed actually just a humble cobbler in a village, or should I say just outside the village, a village that was protected from a pretty nasty bandit raid by a large man with blonde hair and a mustache who claimed to be Derek Journeyman. And so several months later, when there was a monster attack in the village, they immediately began searching for Derek Journeyman, who would need to once again save them, came across the simple cobbler just outside the village and inscripted him to defend the village, against which he managed to, like, against all odds, defeat this one monster and became a legendary hero. However, several months later was finished off by another monster pretty spectacularly, as he kind of tripped onto his own sword and dented his helmet and so bad he couldn't get it off. But since then, the Journeymans have kept the line going of noble hedge knights.
Is there a name for this village that I can?
I'll let you make it up during the break. I didn't have one for it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And with that, we're going to take our 10-minute break real quick, and we will be right back.
Yay!
which means I should be looking in the direction that it is. Okay, cool. And we are back from the break. The lot of you are headed back with the theater troupe, land and sea, to camp.
Surf and turf.
Surf and turf. The beta triplets would be absolutely terrified if you said that. Fauna. You know what? This isn't even really a thing that is necessary for you to make any kind of a check for. The cat, it kind of, in this time period, they're out there scouting, parents moving the willow branches, Cletus fixing the wheel. Fun during this times you're kind of like wandering the area and foraging. Give me, yeah, that's, no, that's why you don't have to make a check. You don't have to make an insight check on the cat. You know what's going on with the cat. The cat is going to kind of pad up back to you, and you can see it's doing that thing when like, oh, bad.
What? Are you okay?
Yeah, just bad. I've been eating a lot of the little like mice that are the little ones, like they jump. Adorable and delicious. One was really bad. Like it's like pine sap and rotten wood. It's not. I can't get the taste out of my mouth. Do you have anything? Did you forage anything there I can kind of like munch on that would get it out of my mouth?
I guess Fauna looks through her bag to see if she has any cat treats. I think that exists.
Yeah, just roll me a luck check. See if you still have any. I think when you left the Evewood, you didn't necessarily plan to be. You've sort of been foraging and making it up as you go.
16. Let me just see what I have in here. Something might have fallen to the bottom.
On the 16, you for sure have like some little bits of dried. We'll just say dried meat that you've procured at different times, mostly for the not the purposes of eating, but for other purposes. But these will do quite nicely to get the taste out of the cat's mouth. Gratefully, kind of like gives purr. I'm just gonna look up at you. Do you want to come see this mouse? It's just
bad
weird.
One?
Yeah, it's bad. It's weird.
So you didn't swallow it.
No, I didn't swallow it.
Okay,
I
that's
had to
good.
spit it back out.
Okay, good.
Look, I'm going to warn you right now. I know I brought you that one, and I'll never do it again. I promise. I brought you that dead bird that one time, and you freaked out that I brought you.
Well, I just, I know it's in your nature, but I just don't really like killing things.
Yeah, no, I know, and I do it for fun. I get it. There's a conflict of interest there, but you're not gonna like. I didn't spit it out right away.
All right, well, just show me.
Okay, yeah. You follow the cat. As you approach, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Six.
Okay. Cat will give you advantage. Cat's there. Cat's showing you the thing.
9.
Okay. You don't sense anything like first off, Cat's right. It's not great. There's what amounts to like this cute little kind of these for lack of a better term, like jumping field mice. They kind of like mostly go on like two legs and hop, and they've got long little tails with little tufts at the end, about so big. There's been a lot of them, especially now that you've kind of left. They were in the scrublands, but now that you're getting, there's even more kind of underfoot in these sort of like plains that you are in right now. This one is certainly dead. It is, partially like its torso's been kind of crushed. Its limbs are kind of all akimbo. There is blood, but it's the head and face of this little mouse are mostly still intact as it lies there on the ground. It's not great. The cat kind of like apologetically skirts around it, looking down at it, and kind of takes a paw and nudges it. In this moment, you can make me a perception check, actually, in this moment, too, as it nudges the thing.
$16.
Okay. On a 16, as it nudges it, you're kind of close. You're not right over top of it. It nudges it. The smell of like mulch and rotten wood, a lot like the cat said, and almost this like almost like sticky black pine sap when it's been coming out from a tree for a long time and just building up and building up. This potent smell as it nudges it just over, which is number one, wild for something dead to smell this strong in such a short amount of time. Number two, not what you would have expected something dead in the plains out here to smell like at all, because it reminds you of something in particular. And as that smell washes over you, you're trying to place it, and then you hear a voice speak directly into your head that places it for you immediately. As the half-witch whispers, "So, they've told you to seek the Dusk Chalice, have they?"
Wish she would stop doing that. Gets me every time. Can you just, walk up to a person like a normal human being?
You're much too far for me to walk. Tell me, are you planning to do it?
Do what?
Seek the chalice.
Nerilith told me to, so yes.
With some wisdom, at least. For I feel that I should warn you in her stead, as Nerilith did not. You're about to cross over the southern ley line. When you do, things are going to be different for you.
What do you mean?
You've never been this far from the Evewood. Tell me, have you been feeling anything strange recently?
Maybe. Why?
The further you get from the Evewood, the further you are from the protections that she put in place for you. Things she did not put in place for your sister.
Well, why wouldn't she warn me?
Why, indeed. I wonder if you knew Nerilith as well as you thought.
I mean, she practically raised me. I would trust her with my life.
And would she trust you with hers?
I think so. Why wouldn't she?
A witch has many reasons for the things that they might do. Many things kept in the dark.
Well, you would know about that.
I would. Seek the chalice, Fauna. It is vital that you do so.
Wait, is there anything I can do to protect myself if I travel over this ley line?
Make me a little persuasion check real quick.
12.
There's no protection against what already grows inside of you. I think, well, maybe you haven't wondered yet, but why do you think you can break everyone's curse but your own?
I mean, I didn't really know it was a curse. Honestly, I don't really know that much about it.
Oh, she did keep you in the dark. Well, seek the chalice. I know of no other way to help quell the wellspring inside of you. And with those words, the corpse of the little field mouse, that I don't know if like Fauna picked it up at all during the conversation, or if it's still just sitting there on the ground, but this voice was like during the conversation, like the field mouse is like the words are coming out of its mouth as the mouth moves. The connection is broken, and fully the field mouse just like on the spot decomposes till it's nothing but a small half crushed skeleton there. Yeah, bad mouse. It's bad mouse.
Very bad mouse.
I'm very glad that I did not eat it now. Is
Yes.
that going to happen a lot?
I hope not. I don't really know.
Should I stop eating mice?
I mean,
Is this on me? This is on me. It's
no,
probably
Fauna?
on me.
no.
Fauna,
You're
where'd
a
you go?
cat.
Fauna, where are you?
I'm just over here.
Are you good?
Yeah, we might need to talk.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm emotionally available and supportive.
Okay,
And
that's
as-
very
As you
reassuring.
say
enough
this, parent,
sticks?
you are indeed saved by the bard as the party returns with the theater troupe, land and sea in tow.
Alt,
Hi, gang. I
who
made
are
friends.
you? Oh,
Oh,
Jesus Christ, fuck.
Allow
You're
me to
never
introduce ourselves.
going to
God.
believe who we found. We found the Derek Journeyman.
The Derek Journeyman. Can you believe it?
Oh,
What does that mean?
Extra
From
service.
if I don't recall, from the little town of Rock Rest.
Oh, that's correct. Us, me and all my ancestors, we come from Rockrest. It's where my greatest, grandest father lived. And he was a hero, and ever since then, every one of us journeymen has taken up the sword in his honour.
Is it that sword?
Give me an insight check real quick.
Well, I guess welcome new friends.
16.
On a 16, you can absolutely see that he is lying and deeply ashamed. He kind of starts to, oh, it's the same, handed down over Jenny. Oh, I broke the original one. I was fighting a wolf. And that's a lie. I wasn't fighting a wolf at all. I was trying to clean the thing and it stuck and snapped off between two rocks.
Isn't this great?
I'm so happy right now.
I mean, who's Derek Journeyman?
I sweet Derek Journeyman, the 11th.
That's
my father
the Derek
that,
Journeyman.
Before him, of course, and all the way down on the line. Well, to my great, greatest father.
Okay, but who's Derek Journeyman?
I'll tell you later.
Walked up in the middle of this because she was still coming back from the mouse, and she didn't hear the first part, and she was like, "Wait, but isn't that a weird coincidence, Atticus? Because you go by Derek Journeyman sometime."
Well, I've never. Well.
What?
I've never met another journeyman before. I thought you was a phoenix.
Are you guys related? That's crazy.
Wouldn't that just be bonkers?
Hold on. In this moment, I'm going to make an insight check for Derek Journeyman with disadvantage. This is very important because you have suggested now that the Journeyman line is tied into the Phoenix line.
Oh, God.
The lowest of those is a natural 2. Derek Journeyman looks up, and you can see his eyes light up, and he... Oh, related to the Phoenix family, we are.
Derek.
Always knew something.
Derek.
Something special.
Sir Journeyman.
I'd like to pledge my services to you right now, Master, last of the House of Phoenix. If by my life or death I can protect you, my brother.
This is the best day I've had in weeks. This is so great. Atticus, thank you for taking me with you because God, I'm so glad I get to witness this.
Well, I mean, I guess I've got a stew going. We can all sit around and have some...
Oh, I love stew.
And Perrin kind of like takes in the whole party and he's like, it's not fish.
Yeah, you should try actively trying to scoot the bones into the fire.
Listen, Sir Journeyman, I simply use the name Journeyman from time to time. It's my alias.
On account of our being related.
Well, I hope we're not related because you've heard the tales. You know what happened to the rest of the Phoenix family.
Oh.
Also, you're 4 feet tall.
Kids.
Atticus sees the distraught. He's like, but let me tell you.
Well, that would explain the curse.
Please tell me what the curse is for the journeyman.
Oh, terrible, horrible luck. Listen, I haven't been thoroughly honest with you. Most of our heroic actions and monster killings are purely by accident. We have terrible, just the worst of luck when it comes to fighting off bandits or killing beasties. Every one of my ancestors, as far back as I remember, has been, either eaten or brutally murdered at the hands of someone who they were trying to, take down for noble reasons, one or the other. It all makes sense now.
Are you getting paid to bodyguard this little troop that you're with? The rest of you, are you paying him?
Oh no, I volunteered my services.
Okay.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like a curse. I don't see the connection really, because
I can feel it in my bones already.
When the light hits, and you turn just away. Yeah, I could almost see the resemblance there.
So he's standing up straight now and trying to. The armor's just clinking and
It's
rattling
in
together because it fits so poorly.
it's in that kind of you're sort of growing the mustache
I think,
still,
yeah,
right? But
it's
it's
also
there.
in the neck. I feel like in the large muscles of the neck here, we journeymans have always had a strong, good head on our shoulders. Grandfather always said.
Derek,
You
if you're really cursed, I might be able to help with that.
can also find out if he's a phoenix. You know what they say about phoenixes? They can get punched in the face and they don't even notice.
Or you, or if you can break my curse, can, why ain't you break his yet?
Oh, snap.
Oh, I don't. We never talked about that. We never.
Atticus, yeah, is it a curse? Like, what's your situation? I feel like
Fauna, you could make an Arcana. Like now that your attention's been drawn to in this moment, go ahead and make me an Arcana check. The cat will give you advantage on it. The cat is sticking close to you after the bad mouse experience.
that is gonna be 16.
Okay. On a 16, yeah, on a 16, I think you can determine it. You know, what was that a few weeks ago in Asparia that you, for the first time, those arcane abilities kicked in the ability to break a curse, just with a touch. And, you know, in the case of Balak's curses, it's endomancy, speaker magic, powerful curses indeed. You reach out to sense the for lack of a better word, connection in Atticus to this entity, this thing. It's not a curse. A curse is something that can be placed upon someone against their will. And in fact, most cases, usually as no one voluntarily takes on a curse. What Atticus and the Phoenix family is dealing with is a pact. Something forged. And on the 16, I will tell you that you know the nature of the pact. It was sealed with sacrifice. The pact was sealed with a life. And that you cannot break.
Okay, well, Atticus's situation is a little different than yours, Derek. It's not a
it's
curse.
probably the same as mine.
No,
I mean,
Atticus, you and I might need to talk more later. But Derek, if yours is an actual curse, I might be able to help you.
I mean, if you're actually related to the Phoenixes, you know, like the big thing is we come back to laugh, and we, you know, it's a spectacle. It's you fall
I took
and
a spectacular
huge
nap
flames.
once that I thought for sure I wouldn't wake up from, but I woke up feeling, I will tell you, I haven't felt that refreshed in years.
I made it up. I made up the name Derek Journeyman.
What?
I made it up. I made it up.
Give me an insight check in this moment.
He can't keep hearing him talk. That's a 14.
Derek Journeyman says no words, sits down, just kind of in a heap next to the fire in the stew pot, absolutely devastated. In this moment, he has experienced like maybe the highest point in his life ever, and then it has been taken away from him all in the span of 5 minutes.
Atticus like sees this and he goes, I gotta be honest with you. I know the story of the journeyman family, and I will not take away that your great 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 however old grandfather saved the town. They did do that.
Give me in this moment, if you can tell me if this is truly something that Atticus does know, make me a persuasion check. if this is not a story that Atticus knows about and he just knows it, then make me a deception check.
I would think
Bonnet is
Atticus
sitting
would probably
next to
know.
Okay.
He would,
Derek patting
he
his
would know.
hand.
Cool.
There,
Fox
Derek.
is sitting across eating stew and just relishing in this. Just is having a great time.
19 on persuasion. I feel like Atticus would know. He would hear like
Yeah.
a story about a Derek Journeyman, but it didn't match his, and he's like, "Oh, okay. There's actually a Derek Journeyman out there."
Yeah, 19's pretty good. Derek doesn't get back to his feet, but kind of looks up at you and nods. Oh, very, very kind words.
Well,
I
I'm
suppose
gonna tell you this,
Silly
Mr.
of me to
Journeyman.
think. Please, Mr. Journeyman was my father. Mr.
Derek.
Ernest Journeyman.
Derek.
I'm Derek. Yes, Derek.
I'm gonna tell you now. There, you got two roads now. You can either live,
But Wheel's just
and
on the
honor that-
one road.
honor that. You idiot. Yes. You okay? So like metaphorically speaking, like in your mind's eye, like picture like a split in the road. Like
Picture a metaphor in the road. Is a metaphor
Sure.
like a regular fork?
Sure. What I'm saying is, you can either live to honor the journeyman name,
Well, that's the right
what it
side of the
used to
metaphor.
be. What it used to be, or you can forge a new identity for the journeyman and build a legend off that. You're free from the con. What did you always want to be a hero adventure? What did you really want to be?
With an I just kind of rolled a general check to see which way he was going to go. I just rolled a nat 1. He's going to look up at you and he's like, he's already got big, like his eyes get even bigger and softer as he looks up at you. Oh, I always wanted to be a dancer.
Derek,
But I'm
That's
with
beautiful.
such terrible luck. We can't. I always seem to find something underneath my feet.
Hey,
Have I
well,
told you the amount of turned ankles I've had just last month?
well, Derek, we can still fix the luck. So just a side thing, like he's not actually cursed, right? He just thinks he is because he's an idiot, and so he's
Make-
like bad at everything.
Make me another Arcana check.
Okay.
well, hey, bud.
Wait, is
Sucking at
being an
something is the
idiot a
first step of
curse?
being good at something.
15.
He's cursed, for sure.
Oh,
It's not
he's actually cursed.
It's not a deep, severe like the magic here is not. It is probably it is a bad luck curse for sure. You think probably like the scale and the intensity of it is something like maybe at some point someone in his family, obviously going back to his, the first Derek Journeyman, the first, maybe offended some minor hedge mage or ran afoul of some kind of magical creature.
Maybe
Not too
with stolen valor.
too powerful, but
Just saying.
yeah.
Okay, Fawn is gonna use remove curse on
Great.
Derek Journeyman
Okay.
to help him out. Sad man.
Go ahead. You are able to do this. Was that your ritual already for the day? Or one of your rituals?
To be honest, I hadn't really picked any
him.
because
So
I
actually,
forgot.
because you haven't used him yet, I'm okay in this case to
Okay.
say that. Sure.
It's just to help Derek. It's not a real situation.
Yeah. It
First
just means
you
you're
call
committing
Derek
to it
an
for the rest of the
idiot,
evening. But
and then you tell him that this isn't a real situation.
There's no real consequences. It's
It's
just a
just like there's
Derek.
no real Derek Journeyman.
Hey, you know what? I know some great dance instructors down in St. Florin that could teach you a thing or two.
and I
don't
can
let
travel
your
there
dreams
with you.
just be...
Yeah, because that's the
no,
direction
no.
we're going.
I mean,
No,
we're not
no.
going there yet. I would get there as soon as
Astoria's got
humanly
a
possible.
great dance company. Or you know who could really use one? Inago. couldn't they think of
Oh
their
my.
church? Oh my God.
Oh, they do have
They could open their
a
own
venue
dance
just opened
studio
up.
there.
Make me a persuasion check with advantage, and I hope that you do good because, for God's sakes, I do not want to do this character anymore after the session.
Can I
give advantage with that? Just like me trying, like,
Oh, for sure, yeah.
like the world is
Okay.
open.
And Fauna's gonna do, when she does remove curse, she's gonna make it extra sparkly and magical looking so that he really thinks that the curse has been removed. Like,
Well, here's
like
the thing,
he's
it really
convinced.
is. Yeah, totally.
But I mean, if you can't
What
do
am
Yes.
I
the magic,
adding to
then-
that?
It's your persuasion, but you can roll it with advantage.
Guidance as
Okay.
well.
And guidance as well.
That's
So another D4 on top of that.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Okay, 24. And I think
24.
your specific pitch, Vox's specific pitch was Asparia to start with.
Imago.
To start with,
Imago.
but then Imago, because I was like, no, Imago's even closer. And then everyone was like, the venue just
They have
opened.
a venue
Also-
space.
And they already know of a Derek journeyman there, and he's a local hero, so you'll be even more well accepted.
I dropped that act.
I rolled a
that act really
D4
quick.
odds or
Next.
evens to see if he hooked onto Imago
Yes,
or
but not
Asparia.
everybody knows that.
As evens
Just
for
Winnie.
Asparia, Derek is going to look up. Oh, I can make a whole new life for myself. No more journeyman. I never really cared for the name Derek.
What
Change
about
it.
what
think-
about Derek Latfoot?
Well, I did just say that I don't care for the name Derek, but I suppose if that's my
Let's-
new christened name, then Derek
Darren.
Lightfooted.
Darren. How
Light-
about Darren?
Darren, sir. It's love. It's lovely. Just fully lost to as you go to break the curse. Fauna, as you go to break the curse, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Um, 22.
Cool. No problem. Simple curse. I mean, this is a curse that, like, you were, I think, Fauna especially, like, you can break powerful curses with the magic that you've begun to tap into. This was something that any of your coven sisters could have gotten rid of with, like a poultice applied over, like, so many days, and make sure that before you go to bed you like say a blessing to the moon 3 times, and
This curse is the
but-
equivalent of a blood blister. Just kind of sore.
So
Just kinda
does that
sore.
mean that since it was so easy, does that mean that I could maybe break another curse today if I need to?
The cool thing about that ritual is actually, because it's a breaking curse ritual, it's unlimited. It's just for the day that's your ritual. Like, you can just go around being like, boop, broken, boop, boop, breaking curses.
Oh
I
yeah,
think.
I guess I misread that. Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Okay, cool.
I thought I was reading it as like one creature or like one curse, but I think it just means like any curse on that one creature.
Yes.
But that
Yep.
doesn't mean you can't do more than one.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, magic
Cool.
wand that business.
Cool. It's done.
Like lots
Curse
of
is broken.
sparkles, like fairy godmother style.
Amazing. The now newly christened Darren Lightfoot is just kind of beside himself, sitting there, just, takes a but mostly just tears of mostly happiness into the bowl of stew.
Hey, Darren,
Eh,
your honesty today and your passion for chasing what you truly want in life, you're my hero today.
That's the nicest thing anyone, and just dissolves completely again into the bowl. Like,
Atticus stands up and he's like, all right, well,
sets the bowl of stew down and just lays down prostrate and is just like weeping into the grass. You've fully broken this man.
yeah, so that happened. Anyways, hey, Valerius, why don't you
Yes.
play some music,
Also, my
and
gods,
everyone can
this
eat
stew.
and have a good.
Who do I have to thank for this delicious meal?
It's weird that you're sucking up this much. It's just stew.
That's well. I'll tell you. And sort of points a finger over to the still prostrate Derek Journeyman. Not the best cook. We hired him to do a few things, including protecting. When I say hired, we allowed him to come with us. He was replaced. Anyways, my deepest gratitude. It's been
Perrin
absolutely
is really
delicious.
Perrin is really put off by somebody not being annoyed by him, and he's like, "I really don't like this." This is
Wait, but
really
Perrin, you haven't heard the best part. He also plays the lute. Look at that.
See, I'm not. Well, I mean, I don't pretend. I'm sure if your
Wait.
skill with that instrument is as good as your skill with a spoon, I should
I've never
be in
seen
for
you play
quite
that,
a
Perrin.
challenge.
just like at night when you're all asleep, mostly.
Oh, come
Play-
on,
play us a
something
tune.
together for us.
Seems like a rather menacing way to put it. Listen, clearly, lute music isn't what's needed here. Instead, perhaps I shall regale you, and I think a tale to your benefit of some of the local folklore that I've been picking up on the troops way up here.
That sounds great.
I'm in. This has
Outstanding.
been
Perrin, maybe
such a
like a
great
little thing to add
evening.
like theatrics to it. Like, you know, when you go to the theater and like there's music to a story to add like gravitas.
Yeah.
Or,
You could
yeah, no,
sing-
that's fine.
sing the
I
story.
unloaded the cart and helped fix the wheel and cook dinner. But yeah, I'll definitely work for your entertainment as well.
I almost died yesterday.
Cletus,
And I almost died the day before.
We've all
I mean,
almost
we've
died
all almost
so many
died.
times.
Atticus points to his black eye. You
Cletus
seemed pretty
on a
fine after yesterday.
with an 18 on the die for his performance check, Cletus is going to like step over to you, Perrin. Yeah, Perrin, if you don't mind, I take a crack at it, give him a little bit of, background, je ne sais quoi, as it were.
Sure, Cletus.
Cletus, you play the lute too?
Did you say Tweetus?
Cletus?
Oh my God, what is going on with you, Fauna?
Oh, it did. Yeah, the microphone did cut out a little bit.
Atticus is
Cletus,
going to lean into Perrin and go. He's a real South Korean gentleman, if you know what I mean. You're
What do you mean? Does that?
Oh, you know. Oh,
What do
you
you
know.
mean?
You know.
What? What do you mean
There's-
now? What does that mean?
Atticus, I ain't never heard tell of South Korea.
Well, I said South Korean gentleman. What'd you hear?
I heard. Wow, that's crazy. Crazy this kind of stuff you hear.
What is
Man.
South Korea?
Well, I don't know, but I tell you what, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna get right on it, and I'll get back to y'all.
You mean So they Kora? It's a village.
Okay.
thought that
Cletus,
was
Cletus
soup.
can tell you about it. They're
Fantastic.
wonderful people.
Your
And
geographic knowledge always sounds so improvised.
Well,
I said that
roll
that
for
Cletus
burn. Roll
Cletus
for burn
is
on the,
yeah. How do you think people come up with cities? You fucking idiot.
Oh, listen, now, fellas. I'm just gonna reach down, take the loot.
Cletus,
I
quick,
think
play
we should.
something on the lute.
This is the best night of my life.
Cletus,
Fox just has popcorn
Like-
come out.
Let's
You
see.
just
that's an
broke something in
18
Atticus.
plus 18 plus. I mean, that's a 24 on his performance check. Cletus crushes this little like background music to the tale that is being told. Let me
Atticus
find
is seeing
what that
Cletus
is
play.
real quick.
And he's actively reminding himself, "That's your friend. That's your friend. That's your friend. Remember, you're just friends."
Let's see. Where is? What do I? Oh, yes, perfect. All right. Valeris is going to kind of like lean in. Atticus, give me a check. Did have to build a fire to make the stew. It's very low. It's not a big fire, but go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw real quick.
4.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
interesting. Okay. Valeris begins to, as the fire lowers a little bit, the coals begin to glow more. Valeris is going to lean in. And you can feel with that, there is like the shadows almost come. The way that his face casts the light is powerful. It's impressive. I'm going to do a little performance roll. It's pretty low on the die, but it's still pretty good given his, as he leans in close. Now, this is an especially, how shall I say it, terrifying tale that we've picked up just recently in our travels skirting the shores of Lake Lenore. Tell me, have any in your party ever heard of the Filth King?
Has
Not ringing
anyone
any
in our
bells.
party ever heard of the Filth King?
I mean, sometimes Bert uses the latrine, and it's you know.
Ah, yes. But this moniker goes hand in hand with tales of most nefarious doings. In the quietest whispers about the Filth King, they say that he is a powerful conjurer, a dark necromancer, if you will, who, should the tales be told, lives somewhere in the very center of Lake Lenore. Recently, villagers have, how shall we say it, misplaced corpses. Entire cadavers, bodies gone missing, funerals with nothing there but an empty casket for the wild machinations of the Filth King. They say that he comes in the dead of night to those most recently deceased, for it's the easiest to pluck the two things that he needs, which is both a freshly educated body and a newly released soul. Now, what dark workings the Filth King gets to in the center of Lake Lenore, I'm sure that even my wildest imaginings cannot begin to conjure. But be warned, if you hear the name of the Filth King, keep one eye open at night, and your recently deceased under lock and key.
Sounds like a real edgelord.
Gives a deep
What a
bow.
great story.
And then
Atticus,
immediately,
isn't that where we're going? The center of the lake,
Well,
across the lake.
yeah. I mean, but last time there's like a little island in the lake, and that's where my good buddy, our Cletus and I, beautiful plan by the way, Cleet. That's where that used to be where Vlad the cool guy. What is his last name? But I just keep hearing cool guy. That's what.
I've heard of a Vladimir Thakul.
I look at Cletus. That's just. It's
That's,
been bugging me for a
that's-
couple days now.
that's it for sure. That's it. I remember now. Clear as day.
Yeah. That's we staked him there. While
State,
back.
I say, was he some kind of beast?
A real beast of burden, if you ask me. But
Yes, well,
yeah, he was insufferable. He like, how do like when someone does something really bad, and you like confront them, and you're like, hey, you did this bad thing, like I don't like you. And then they're like, nah, like, I know I'm a bad person, but like, I really like you as a person. So like, please forget. And they're just like insufferable. Like they try to, anyways.
I've met one or two
Just-
insufferable people in my time. Looks over to, and now like just absolutely fell asleep, zonked on the ground after crying so hard. Derek Journeyman's just sprawled out, still in his armor, mouth open, stew bowl overturned.
He looks like he's at peace for the first time in a really long time. Anyway, well, do you know, vampires? I'll cut to the chase like a vampire. Have you heard of one?
I've heard but never seen, friend. Do tell. Are they indeed as night-bound as they would have us believe?
Does anyone want to take this?
Yeah. So like, okay, so
yes,
vampires like this, like if the cook, god damn it. So it's like if you have like a parakeet and like an orangutan and you mix them together. Okay, so what they're scared of whole wheat bread.
Give me a
right?
deception check real quick.
Well, Perrin genuinely believes this is how vampires work.
Okay, then give me a persuasion check.
23.
Fucking hook, line, and sinker. You got him. You see he gets like a small like field journal out and just begins to note down. Yes, fascinating. I shall include that. Whole wheat bread.
But the one thing we all know for sure about vampires is that they come back to life. So do you think this is the necromancer then, Atticus?
How did that go? How did that go?
I've heard of
Cletus?
Vladimir Thakuli. He's honestly well liked in many of the surrounding villages in Lake Lenore. I don't believe it's possible that.
Whoa. Like present tense or like.
Right.
Oh, I heard about him. Like great guy. Such a shame.
Right.
Oh no, very much still alive.
Ooh, good job, Atticus. Though. Sure, he's not pissed at all.
So should
I'm
we
gonna
get
look
some
at-
wheat bread or?
I'm the fucking cook. God
Cletus
damn
is
it.
still
I guess I'll start
kind of like
baking.
playing
Awesome.
background music. Just looks over at you and shrugs.
Well, I thought I killed him, but you know.
Weren't you just excited to go see him? I am genuinely confused now, and I was having a great time, but now that it's getting a little
I mean,
weird.
look, like I will say, like back in the day, I was a little rowdy and wasn't as thorough with jobs that I took because you know, when you live so long, you're just like, whatever. Like it's all reciprocal. Like
Is
even
that
if
how the journeyman's got started?
In his sleep, Darren just kind of goes, oh, just a shiver runs down his back.
You know, just sometimes when you go to a place and you don't want to get noticed, you just make up a name when you're just trying to pass by. But you know how being an adventurer goes. I mean, when I said I was happy to see him, I was like gonna go laugh at where I killed him, like and be like, "Ha, serves you right for doing what you did." You know, that kind of, just like a victory lap of some sorts.
What did he do?
Yeah, what did he do?
I mean,
He
like,
seems like he's liked. What did he do?
like normal vampire stuff, like, like kidnapping people and turning them into like thralls and like drinking blood and like killing people. And he would like
What would you say his filthiness level is on a scale of 1 to 10? How filthy?
I mean, I don't remember him being too terribly filthy. It's awfully scrawny though for a vampire, not very strong.
Yeah.
Every
Remember how he
vampire
was
that I've
like, "No,
encountered.
stop, please, like I'll change," and we're like, "You're not gonna change," and he was like, "But I mean it this time," and we are like, "No, you had too many chances."
Yeah. Well, you cut off his head in one stroke. I mean, it was clean. One of the cleanest strokes I'd have ever seen.
Atticus is gonna slap his head. He's like, y'all. I may have forgot to do the old double tap, the 1-2 on a vampire in this situation."
That's what I knew. We forgot something there. Something there.
I threw a haymaker, but I didn't like.
I thought for sure I'd left my
one.
best vest, but you know what? I probably did leave the vest there too, but it's probably what I'm remembering is the double tap. So.
We can find it probably. It's probably still there.
I mean, it's gonna be dusty as hell.
I got a squire. He'll clean it. Oh,
Bert,
So
who's
now we
already
gotta worry
overdoing
about-
all the dishes, just gives a deep sigh.
So now we have to worry about a vampire and this Filth King guy. Should we really go there?
I'm just saying that if you tried to kill someone and cut off their head and then left him in the mud, I'm just saying maybe that's Filth King.
Box is
Fair makes
toying
sense
with
for once.
the locket that she has around her neck that belonged to Mira, just listening silently.
What do I know? I'm just the fucking help.
A delicious meal again, thank you.
It's
As he says this, the beta triplets kind of like without word, almost sensing the end of the story and a shift to something else. And Cletus on that performance just perfectly picks it up and goes right into a different kind of tune. They got a 19 on the die for their performance check. They begin to do this, and I think at this point the light of the fire has almost entirely died out. There's nothing remaining now but the coals underneath, and then the starlight and a moon above that I believe, according to my little conditions here, is 5 days until full. So fairly bright light in the night. But these Locantha begin to come out, and there's just sort of this spiraling, intertwining dance. And in it, they're wearing these garments now that complement the bright colors of their fins. Each one, the orange, the violet, and then the white to gold. And as they begin to do this dance, kind of in the foreground, the coals, and behind them, a sky lit with stars and a bright moon. Their fins and scales underneath the moonlight begin to fluoresce as the small phosphorescent bacteria on their skin and in what would amount to their hair shines. It is truly mesmerizing, and even though all pretty close to a long rest, it is going to give everyone in the party a D6 bardic inspiration. Watching this performance. As they wrap it up, Valeris is going to kind of take the temperature of the group, see that the energy is dying down a little bit. Well, now, please, if you'll forgive us all, we must, beauty sleep is very necessary, especially, getting up there in years. It was a delight to share the evening with you. We shall see you on the morrow when we, part ways.
Right. I'll have Derek help on first watch, and Perrin's gonna wake up Derek. Yeah, come over here. Come over here with me. We're gonna get started on watch.
On watch, right? It comes over to where you point to and immediately just nods off again.
Perrin's gonna wake him up again and whisper to him really intently. I know the truth. I know you're the real last Phoenix. What I want you to do is I want you to go out there. I want you to regain the glory of your family. I want you to build an empire. And if I find you walking on God's green earth out there and you have not accomplished something phenomenal, I will kill you. So you better put your life on it. You must accomplish something great, last Phoenix.
Give me a persuasion check, because it's gone beyond the bounds of deception at this point.
Just wants to dance.
Well, that's fine.
You fucking asshole.
He could be a big dancer. Where's my thing? 20. Dirty.
Looking up to the stars and the moon above, Darren takes a deep breath and looks back at you. Is it alright if I keep the name Darren?
My liege, you can use whatever name you want, but make sure they learn the name of the Phoenix when you accomplish something great.
Roll a little charisma check for Darren right now. It's a 4 on the die. Darren goes to stand up, stands up a little bit too fast for his loose armor to catch up with him, and it kind of like locks up in a half. So he's just sort of like trying to stand up, but is crouched there in a very uncomfortable position and can't fully draw his sword as he looks up to the sky, and you just hear him say, I'm Darren Journeyman, first of his name, and I'll make everyone proud. And just goes off at what isn't a run because of the way that he's all locked up in his armor. It's more of just kind of, he quickly waddles out and disappears into the night.
Darren, we're still on watch. God damn it.
Amos is going to flit over to your shoulder. Hey, I can do this one with you.
Thanks, Amos.
Yeah. It's hard for me to sleep out here anyway. It's not enough trees.
Right.
Okay. Amos is going to take flight. Go ahead and give me a perception check for first watch.
26.
Cool. That's higher than Amos's is on a 26. Everyone, you're doing the first watch. Everything is kind of settling down. People go to their prospective sleeping spots, and before long, the entire
passing
camp...
and very quietly, Nyx is going to slip like a couple like gold coins into the half elf's hand, and just for the performance.
My thanks. Gives it
Go to sleep.
Yeah. Your watch, Perrin, passes without what's the word without balloons.
Can I
It's why would balloons be the
What?
peace sign?
Why? I don't know that one either. Can I do
Apparently
two
your
things?
watch is a fucking party.
Yeah. So there, Perrin is. A while ago, from the Black Mountain, I got a package of marbles when I was trying to replace some ball bearings. Can Perrin inspect those and like kind of figure out what their business is?
Yeah. You got them in the Black Mountain, right?
Yeah, and they're like fractally shaped.
Fractally shaped. That's
and like
correct.
hollow, like marbles.
I think because you never gave him an Arcana check back when you just grabbed him, right?
I put them in my pocket and took off.
Awesome. Give me an Arcana check.
11.
On an 11, you do feel some kind of a hum to these things. That kind of arcane presence that a magic item conveys. You know, there's that electricity that spreads through your fingers, and it is very sleepy and dormant. Not as if these things don't work anymore, but almost as if they haven't been used in ages. They are, as you examine them and you look at that, they're in excellent condition. They are a little larger than marbles, maybe. About so big. They are still magical. They just haven't been used, and they seem far older than you. Just to kind of give them a timestamp.
He's going to wrap them back up and put them away, and he is going to, as soon as he notices that the other group is asleep, he's going to go lightly prod their belongings and see if they are what they say they are.
Oh, cool. Give me an investigation check. Give me a stealth check, too, as you're doing this.
Okay. Stealth is 18.
Cool.
Investigation is 13.
Okay. On a 13, you don't find...
Wait, I'm sorry, 14, but yeah.
Okay, cool. No one wakes up. 18 stealth is great. It holds. 14 investigation. You find nothing that gives these people away to not be a simple theater troupe. It's uh, the newly christened Darren Journeyman, now gone, fully left like in such a hurry that he actually left his belongings behind too. But his belongings are also very like there's a simple tin cup in there. Uh, you see just kind of a little journal that, as you take like a glance through the entries, just is pretty much just a journal of bad things that happened to Darren. As minors, like today turned ankle again, go for a hole, was not pleasant. Everyone else's gear, there's nothing betraying these people to not be exactly who they say they are.
Okay. Perrin makes a big loaf of overnight no need bread.
Cool. I will also say
everyone's
the last
breakfast.
thing you're going through, very small packs for the Locantha, the beta triplets. As you are going through their belongings, you find in one of them, their hands webbed. Traditional rings would not fit well on the fingers. So instead, around a rope of what looks to almost be, knotted together seaweed that's been forms this kind of cord, you find a small, ornate brass ring carved with the single crest of a wave on the front that perfectly matches the ornate brass ring that you have.
The one that I stole?
The one that you took from the Black Mountain. I think, or did
It
you
also-
steal it? Yeah.
Black Mountain, yeah.
Yep.
It also has a wave on it?
Yep. Same exact thing.
Okay.
I will say theirs is like, if you look at yours is like a little dingy and the brass is like off color. Like even so much so that if you were to polish it, you don't think that even polishing would get this out. Like yours it's just more worn.
Okay. Perrin is gonna kind of compare them, and he's gonna be like, "Well, that's some lore shit," and he's gonna put his back in his pocket.
Cool. Yeah, you're making a big loaf of bread for the morning. Are you doing anything else on watch?
Fauna is going to come over to Perrin while he's making his bread, I guess.
It's not second watch yet, Fauna. What are you doing?
I need to talk to you about
What do you mean?
where did all these balloons come? No, I'm just kidding. I right before these guys came back to camp, I talked to Nora.
Okay, so Cletus. Oh, wait, what?
Wait, what about Cletus? Did he say something about me?
No, what? No, I misunderstood what you were saying. Never. I don't. No, I don't. Boys.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Nora talked to me. She does that creepy thing where she just talks in your head. And
Right.
she said a bunch of stuff about some ley lines and how if we keep going south, things are going to get worse for me, and something about a wellspring. And I
In the Evewood?
in me, I honestly don't really know what she's talking about, but I feel like you probably know her better than me, or at least know more about her. And I thought I better tell you.
Okay. I mean, some of that rings a bell. I don't know about ley lines, but that is worrying. You've had some, your horns have been giving you some pain.
Yeah, they're sort of growing, I think.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure that's fine. It's fine. So, as we go south, you just need to let me know when anything is going wrong. If you feel anything or notice anything. And I'm sure that will be okay, because what I remember is that Narlith said that she could make sure you were safe, and she was gonna do what she needed to make sure you were safe. So that should be fine, right? Because you're safe. There's nothing can change that.
I mean, I guess so. don't know if I trust Nora, but I think she was telling the truth. I don't know. Nerlith told me to find the dust chalice, and Nora also said I should do that, so I guess they're kind of on the same page about some stuff. I just
Yeah.
wanted to let you know.
Okay. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of things that I think we all are gonna have to track these things down, and we're gonna go get Atticus's fucking sword or whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure. The dust chalice, the shell, the burning sword. I don't know. I don't know what it all means. I'm kind of at a loss anymore about what is going on and why we're in this situation.
That's okay. We had the whole conversation about, being open and
Yeah.
telling each other things, so I just wanted to tell you that this happened.
Right.
You're muted.
It'll be fine.
Oh, okay.
It'll be whatever we need to do. It'll be fine.
Cletus is going to walk over. Ready for second
Damn
watch?
Yep. Wait, did you trade with Bert?
I'm on second watch too.
Thanks for
Cool.
that. Yeah, I told the little guy he was absolutely tuckered after washing all those dishes.
Right.
I told him he could
Uh-huh.
get a double.
You should probably take the high watch then up the hill.
Hard for me not to take the high watch, brother.
I don't know what
He
that
is
means,
really
but I
tall.
don't like it. It's all right. Well, you just go up there. I mean, look, funny. You can do whatever you
I
want,
gotcha. That's a great point.
Right.
Yeah, I'll head up there.
but it's watch. So
is it?
well, you're watching outside of the camp though, not in it.
Yeah, outside the camp. Fine, I'll just come down. I see anything, I'll come in, check in with you.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well,
I mean, if you see anything threatening, not if you see anything. Like you're gonna see some like stars and stuff.
yeah.
Don't think about
Of course,
stars
But,
if
or
I
I
see
mean-
like
anything
But you could check with me just
or any
even
nice
if you're not
clouds or
sure.
moons or anything like
If there's
that.
any good stars, I like to see those
Right.
too.
No, I mean, it's the same
like
stars from where
stars?
you're gonna be. You're gonna be down. It's the same ones.
But Cletus might know different constellations than me.
Oh, I'm sure he knows all kinds of constellations.
If I told you the constellation, I can't. I'm so excited for you.
Oh my God.
Salasa. It is. And however long before Perrin so firmly puts his foot down that Cletus leaves to go up the hill, this conversation continues.
Look, I'm not saying that you can't do whatever you want. I'm just saying the way Atticus talks about when he was younger. I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, be better at
What are
killing
you saying,
vampires.
Perrin?
You know. I don't know.
Just go to bed. I think you're tired.
Right. I love you. Good night.
Love you too.
As you're walking away, the cat kind of looks up at you. I think he ate a bad mouse too.
He's kind of like that a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check for your watch.
Um, 16.
Cool. That is actually the exact same as Cletus.
Cool.
cool,
Yeah. Thanks, Elijah.
cool.
Thanks.
Yeah, cool.
Me and Cletus, we're just on the same wavelength,
Same wavelength. Yeah. But also your watch passes without incident. Who do we have up taking the last one?
I'll take it. I'll take it, and I'll wake up Nix to join me
Cool.
on watch.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead and make me your perception checks for the watch.
8. 7.
5.
Oh no.
Okay.
I'm rolling horrible tonight.
You're taking opposite spots. Nick's on an 8. You
7,
all
but
you
yeah, it's fine.
7, yeah. All you 7, all you're trying to do good job keeping watch, and you feel like, you know, it's okay. You don't out here. You can't remember the last time you were under a moon this full, in like with such clear skies, and I don't know if that settling and that peace for Nyx is a good thing right now, having experienced what they just experienced in Imago, or if that peace gives way an insight into something dark in Nyx. But I will let you decide. But yeah, you don't notice anything else. Nothing but the full moon. Or I should say the almost full moon. The waxing moon. Atticus. You got a 4 on your wisdom save earlier.
I also got 4 on my perception right now.
And you got a 4 on your perception. You have a moment where you're fixating far, far in the distance on what looks to be this small point. You can't tell, like, maybe there's a small little village out there. It's not necessarily in your path. You're just kind of scanning the horizon. Looks near the shores of the lake. So it could be, it could be a ferry with like a few large torches as a point of light. It could be a village where the night watch is up a little late. Maybe even or a concern over if any of those rumors of the Filth King are true. Maybe the nearby villages are burning the oil a little later than usual, or all night. But as you fixate on those points of light, they begin to grow. And it's almost like every time you blink, there's more and more. And the landscape is changing. And you are looking out from Phoenix Manor on the unbroken green, the wide and sacred expanse to the people of Solasa and also to the Phoenix family, but the wide sacred expanse of land between Solasa and Phoenix Manor. Phoenix Manor being on the opposite side of the unbroken green, and Solasa, and there's almost 2 watchtowers. You are looking out from Phoenix Manor on the unbroken green, and it is on fire. In every direction that you can see, the land burns. There is no green left. The flame is so intense that it has dried out the beds and pools of water that pepper the unbroken green until they are nothing but these kind of naked, jagged craters where the now ashen skeletons of creatures that lived in and nearby those ponds are just charred, and the remains littering the bottom. And in the smoke that billows of the unbroken green, you see a dark shape, formless at first until it begins to coalesce into that giant beak and those hollow skeletal eyes. It's all going to burn, every last bit of glass, every good green thing. I'll take it all. But you could stop it.
you have to do is renew the bargain. And perhaps if you're not willing to, I'll ask your father. He was only too willing last time.
And what do you mean by that? What did my father do? Since you clearly know more about my own father than I do.
Well, Atticus of the House of Phoenix. He renewed the bargain to save you. What do you think happened to the rot in your arm when you were a child?
That can't be. It was my first time. Uh, Many other phoenixes have died before contracting the rot. What couldn't have been that soon.
No one ever looks at the fine print when it comes to immortality. You didn't think there'd be a price to pay for all those long lives.
I didn't ask for this. One way or another, this ends with you and I.
One way or another.
Atticus, you are back in the field. You feel a searing burn on your arm, and the rot has spread all the way up to the elbow now.
Atticus just
even-
kind of like grips
Yeah.
it and just like is shaking.
In this moment, looking out on the field surrounding you, floating down in front of you, is just a single charred black feather. And it lands right in front of you in the grass.
Atticus is gonna pick it up.
Okay. Just a feather.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's gonna
Hey,
stash
Atticus,
it
you
away.
okay there? You kind of zoned out for a bit.
Atticus clearly like gripping his arm in a little tense. He's like, yeah. I'm fine. Sorry, just long day.
No, it's okay. I get you. To be perfectly honest, I did too. I think we're all a little tired. Seems like we've been running from one fight to the next pretty consistently. Excited to see your home, though. See where you grew up.
Yeah.
Do you have any family there still?
No. I just me. I got There are people that are like family there. They've, the manor's still upkept, and Atticus kind of stops and he goes, Nix, I'm scared. I'm scared of going home.
Why?
Because whatever waits there isn't good, and I don't want to put any more of you in danger, and I don't know why any of you agreed to come with me on what might as well be a suicide mission. It's goes far beyond my lifetime and maybe life in itself. And I just don't know. I've never been the one to look at the odds and be like, oh, this is too much. This is dangerous. I've always been I've always said fuck
Yeah.
it. I've always just been swing the sword and take the consequences and try and do what's right. But I I'm staring down the barrel of something that is beyond. I don't know if swinging a sword is going to stop this.
Well, I'd like to give some comfort. To be honest, you haven't really shared much of what we are walking into, but I mean that's your place, that's your story to tell, it's your history. But I do know that everyone sleeping back there, I'm not sure exactly how long they've been with you, but long enough to come to respect you, to come to care for you. Anyone can see it. They followed you this far. And I mean, with all your sword swinging before and confidence, you've made a big difference in their lives. And I think they'd like to return the favor. Speaking for myself, I mean, I meant what I said earlier when I said that I'm with you. I owe you more than a life debt at this point. So if you're worried about us charging into something that might get a little hairy, don't. We've already faced more than we should have. We just killed a vampire and a fell spirit and who knows what else before that. For whatever reason, this ragtag group of misadventures we have some synergy. We're working.
Atticus is nodding to this, and he looks like you sound a little bit like me, and that's a welcome thing.
Listen, I might not say a lot, but I do observe. That's one thing I've always been good at. Sometimes when I'm not distracted by the moon. It is a pretty night.
Sure, Atticus is gonna look up, and sure is.
As you say this, Atticus, you're looking over at Nyx, and you have never seen them be as regal as they are in this moment. Tell me, Nyx, is your hood down or up right now?
They've always had their hood up, but their mask is down.
Cool. I think just barely underneath the hood, Atticus, by the light of the moon, you catch the gleam of just this small, simple circlet that runs the length of their forehead. It catches the moonlight. And in this moment, a creature that is both of the day and the night, or rather the transition in between the two, and is usually not seen this late at night, and very rarely this late in the summer. Nyx, alighting on your wrist and then slowly crawling up your arm, is what is probably the last firefly of summer, as it just gives little winks on its way up your arm.
Nyx is going to smile and kind of like stretch their hand out, and then with their other hand, just cast little tiny fire bolts like on the tip of their fingers, little like minor illusions, and kind of like dance the sparks around, and in time with its own blinking, and kind of like communicate back.
Yeah, roll me a little performance check right now.
Okay. 13. Get to add it.
On a 13, yeah, the firefly mimics some of the patterns back and buzzes around there for, a little bit before flying off. Atticus, it is a faint and distant reminder to you, but a reminder nonetheless of all the time spent as a child on the edges of the unbroken green in Phoenix Manor, and how many first fireflies of the summer you caught to make wishes with. But this is the last one, and you will not see another firefly again until you reach the South Green.
Atticus, remembering that, makes a wish. Just like he would as a child.
Cool. Do you want to... We do two things. Because can't speak the wish out loud or it will come true. Do you want to... You could either send it to me in a message or you could just write it down on a folded piece of paper.
I'm going to write it down on a folded piece of paper.
Cool. Okay. That's the long rest. Next morning, everyone is up. The land and sea troop is up very early. You see that from Valorous, there is absolutely no mention of Darren Journeyman being gone, and in fact, he seems a little bit even more animated and at ease now that it is just him and the beta triplets. I think he goes to bid the group farewell as your paths depart. Perhaps, if I might, just I don't know where you're headed to in the south, and as for the land and sea, we will be headed north, perhaps to see what wonders we can come across and what tales we shall hear in Asparia, if we can make it that far. If I could leave you with a traveler's blessing, perhaps. Yes? Everyone's in agreement?
Sure.
Fantastic.
We'll take whatever help we can get.
You see... Roll a performance check real quick. I'm gonna let the
The blessing is get fucked. I rolled too low.
No, I rolled a natural 1. He's going to go
That blessing.
to and just
Sneezes
fully
on all of
slips in mud near the fire and just eats it and looks over to
that
the
doesn't
spot
bode well.
where Darren Journeyman had been lying and is like, the curse
Perrin applauds.
the curse is passed to me. Oh God.
That was really good. I love physical comedy. If you'd done that last night, we would have got off on a better foot.
Is this a bit?
It was nice meeting you all.
The beta triplets are just kind of saying goodbye to the Achkas.
The immersion is just spectacular with
as
this
you all
performance.
head up
He's
to
really
Still
committed.
laying there. He's just in the mud.
The commitment, really.
I'm just gonna give this to you without a roll because of the little thing that happens next, and this will kind of be the last thing that happens for the session. Vox, you are preparing. Is Vox riding in the wagon, or is Vox gonna try and opt to be on one of the Achkas?
Opting for we're riding the Opchka now. She's
All right.
into it. She rode with Atticus
Cool.
yesterday and might be a little overly confident.
Yeah, Petey is so you as soon as you get up there, just the which is, I should tell you, you've all rolled high enough in your animal handling, is similar to like a dog wagging its tail, or anytime it like shakes those frilly gills. On the wind, you see that not a bad bard, but not an amazing one either. And like most bards, kind of a charlatan, not great at memorizing things. You see scrap of paper that was concealed, like kind of up the sleeve of Valeris before he fell. The wind has caught it. It's a fairly strong north wind again, like pushing at your back. Even in the warm morning, it's crisp. Give me a dexterity check real quick.
That's a 16 for dexterity.
On a 16, you grab this little piece of paper. And I will tell you what it says. It was the blessing, that the traveler's blessing, that if you open it up, I don't know if Vox reads it aloud or just to herself.
Oh, 100% would read it out loud, knowing that it came from that man and all the comedy that enjoy it's brought Vox bringing them around.
So because I haven't set up a good method yet for like sending, I will read it, but you are all hearing this in Vox's voice. When the fates whisper your name, follow them. Though the path weave and your steps falter, your wings will know the wind by its name. And when it comes to you with cold speech, or an arrow borne aloft to sicken every dream, instead, greet it as an old friend, for then you will fly. Vox, in this moment you're reading this out loud, where does Vox keep that sending ring that Ravani had given?
That was one
her?
of the rings that got pulled off her finger. Then it is now right back on her finger.
Great. You feel a small, warm pulse. In this moment, the moment that you get that pulse, like you had given that letter to be sent to Ravinia. Actually, I mean, do you want to keep that letter private, or do you want to read it?
No, it doesn't matter. I gotta find where I sent it to you. Discord?
It might be. I think I got it on Discord, yeah. When you sent it to me.
Sorry.
I'm cute.
Fine.
I say hi to your dog. I'm cute.
Let me look in Discord.
Rude. The letter said, as I write, I wish I didn't have to say goodbye. I hope you understand this time I'm not running away. I need to stand by my allies if they have stood with me. We would not have seen the last of the mouth had they not came to my aid. I will not fail them as I have failed others before. I do not expect for you to wait for me. No, I will always hold you in my heart. Please protect my mother, protect Theon. I know you all will not let this city fall. I will return. This is not goodbye forever.
You feel that warm little pulse that runs down your hand from the ring. And the message, like sending, these type of rings are powerful, but it's usually one message and then a response. And you know that this is the response to your letter. And it will leave you with a single message to send, but you know that you cannot receive a response to it. You've already sent the letter. So what you hear now, echoing in your mind as you get the response, you finished reading that little scrap of paper. I don't know what you do with the traveler's blessing after.
For sure, she would keep it and shove it in a pocket.
You hear Ravania. Vox. There will be days when you feel alone. When the distance from home is great. And the love between us seems lost on the long road. Take heart, for you are ever in my thoughts. My place is here at your mother's side, a shield between her and whatever enemies her justice should awaken. But you, Vox, you are a storm, wild and beautiful, bound to the wind. May that be a blessing to your companions now as it was once a blessing to me. I don't know when I will see you again, but I believe one day I will look out from the tower to see a cloud forming in the distance. And no matter the days, months, or years, when that storm comes, I will welcome the rain. And the ring...
Damn,
goes
Vox,
cold.
you got Jesus Christ.
No, that's... Vox is gonna nuzzle in to the steed and just kind of give its tendrils a little rub.
As you are all heading out in the distance, you do hear a peal of thunder. And the skies begin to darken a little bit. It's been a long time since anyone in the group has seen rain, having been in the desert and the scrublands for so long. But there is a storm coming on the horizon. And that is where we're going to end the session. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out and watching. We will see you next week with another session of Castle Run.
Thank you for rating -1 shot. Thanks for coming in. Welcome.
Hi, guys. Bye, guys.